Imagine this: that strange inventor from your neighborhood has finally created a device that lets you travel through time. Perfect chance for an adventure, perhaps see the shiny tech of tomorrow. Or maybe put on a Stetson and check out the frontier days. You press random buttons. Science wasn't your strong suit. Lights sparkle, machinery spins, and zoom, you're sent backward in time. Instead of an exciting adventure, you find yourself in a hellish world full of sickness, suffering, and terrible sanitation. Let's explore why you wouldn't survive even a single day in medieval times. First, let's discuss the biggest danger to daily existence back then. The people were incredibly aggressive. You might witness street fights or tavern conflicts, and must constantly be on guard. Say something wrong, or give someone a strange look, and you'd be fortunate to escape with just a few scrapes. But wait, didn't they have some sort of law enforcement? Nope, legal proceedings rarely happened, and being innocent or guilty often came down to whoever survived a confrontation. It was less about unity and more about individuals protecting their small plots of land, animals, or personal territory. According to countless ancient documents, everyday brutality took numerous forms, from physical attacks and killings to accidental deaths, and much, much worse crimes. But that was during medieval years, you might say. What about during the early Middle Ages? Well, information from that era is limited, so it's reasonable to think that violence among common folk was just as widespread then as throughout the rest of this historical period. In fact, while experts debate the exact time frame, some historians use early Middle Ages to describe the entire period between the 5th and 15th centuries. But do you really want to debate terminology when a fellow peasant pulls a weapon on you? Public unrest among common people also led to lots of aggression, directed not just at each other, but also toward local leaders. Throughout the many centuries of this era, numerous uprisings occurred, like one extended rebellion lasting 5 full years between 3023 and 3028, carried out by peasants in Flanders, the northern region of what we now call Belgium. And that's not counting the family rivalries, some lasting for generations. Consider Wales. If a lord had a political enemy, that person might be blinded, murdered, or even have their genitals removed, just to resolve a disagreement over property or finances, or simply to take over someone's position of authority. Throughout this period, most of Europe practiced a form of Christianity, and anyone with beliefs contradicting these teachings was considered guilty of heresy. This included followers of other faiths like Judaism and Islam, who were widely persecuted and eliminated as heretics. Several kings, religious leaders, and warriors launched entire religious campaigns against those who didn't share Christian beliefs, like the First Crusade, between 1096 and 1099, that aimed to seize Jerusalem. In England, during the late 1100s, hatred toward Jewish people was so severe that many were slaughtered in places like York and London, and even completely forced out of the country in 1290 by King Edward I. And if you're thinking, well, I don't follow any religion, so surely I'm safe, don't be fooled. You'd probably still be punished for not believing in any deity at all. Oh, and by punished, we don't mean scolded by a priest. The penalty for being a heretic could range from being expelled from your town to being sentenced to death. Most commonly, those accused of heresy were executed through one of the most terrible and gruesome methods imaginable: burning at the stake. In Holland, in 1525, a Roman Catholic priest named Jan de Backer became the first person executed for heresy. He was restrained and felt the agony of his entire body gradually burning. If you feel too endangered in your new medieval home, surely you can just leave, jump on a horse and follow where the trail leads you. One problem: traveling during this era was as dangerous as staying put, largely due to poor infrastructure. Journeying across the countryside was hardly simple. It was an extended trek, filled with all sorts of environmental hazards and potential dangers. For instance, crossing rivers. You might get lucky and find one of the very few bridges built during that time, but more likely you'd attempt to cross the dirty, moving water on foot. Even the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I wasn't protected from an accident while making a dangerous crossing. In 1190, during the Third Crusade, Frederick drowned in the Selef River, now known as the Göksu, located in southern modern-day Turkey. If the Holy Roman Emperor couldn't avoid drowning, what chance do you have? Even with the primitive bridges available during this period, things weren't much safer. In Rome, in 1450, tragedy struck when 200 people drowned. They had been crossing the Sant'Angelo Bridge but ended up falling over the edges into the river below. Perhaps you'd be safer taking a boat and traveling by sea. During the early Middle Ages, boarding a vessel carried just as much risk as walking anywhere. Most ships from that era moved through water, either with basic sails or steered by oars pulled by many rowers, sometimes using both methods. But a boat guided by human effort becomes much harder to control if you encounter a storm. Being tossed about on rough waters could make navigation nearly impossible. Did you think you'd have digital maps available? With storm clouds blocking the sky, how could you find your way? Later in the Middle Ages, travel and trade by ships would become quicker and less dangerous, but during this earlier period, you'd probably survive only slightly longer back on land. Besides, with no money to pay for passage, you'd need to work as one of those rowers. Assuming you even reached your destination, finding decent shelter wouldn't be easy. Remember, you can't search for medieval inns near me and check the ratings. A safe, clean place offering lodging was practically impossible to find, and many travelers had to sleep outdoors. Not terrible in summer, but try that during the harsh winter, and you'll likely freeze to death. Additionally, while traveling, sickness and disease weren't just possible, they could be fatal. If you became ill while journeying between towns, you might not receive adequate medical care, or any at all. Perhaps you could befriend locals wherever you arrive, maybe asking about groups planning religious journeys out of town. If the people were willing to help you, strange visitor from the future that you are, this might be a smart strategy. After all, there's protection in groups, right? Well, yes, but not completely. Traveling together would still leave you vulnerable to robbery or murder by bandits on the road. That is, unless one of your new companions decided to kill you first. On a long journey on foot, you won't get far without food or water, but accessing either isn't likely unless you find an inn, religious house or other accommodation during your travels. Even then, running out of supplies might force you to steal from someone, probably causing a fight. You could try gathering nuts and berries, but that's risky even today. Otherwise, you might go hungry, though that could actually be fortunate given the circumstances. Were food and water in medieval times actually clean and safe to eat? Of course not, and that's if you can even find any food at all. Hunger posed a real threat to people living then. Dependence on farming meant that poor weather and bad harvests quickly led to shortages, and with dwindling food supplies came the risk of starvation. Bread depended on successful wheat harvests, which could become inedible if mold formed on crops. You could try surviving on scraps. Hope you enjoy wild, dirty berries, moldy wheat and tree bark. Eating such poor food often caused malnutrition, your new companion in medieval times. Even if you avoided starving, famines frequently led to outbreaks of various unpleasant illnesses, from tuberculosis, smallpox, typhoid, influenza and mumps, to sweating sickness, stomach infections and dysentery. Choose any one, they might seem treatable by today's standards, but back then these conditions could be deadly, and frequently were. But suppose you reach your destination and somehow avoid catching a disease that you, a modern person, definitely lack immunity to handle. You maintain good relations with your fellow travelers, even the one with the intense stare and bloodstains on his clothes. You carefully avoid all bodies of water, just to be safe. It's challenging, but certainly possible. Typically, a traveler during this period might cover between 15 to 25 miles walking, per day that is. With a horse you'd only travel slightly farther, roughly 20 to 30 miles daily, and sailing might take you between 75 to 25 miles each day, assuming storms didn't catch you. Here's the thing, when you arrive in a new town, conditions won't be much different. Travelers often became involved in local disputes or even forced into fighting regional wars, assuming you weren't imprisoned for causing another fight upon arrival. After all, unless you've studied every regional dialect from that era, how will you communicate with locals? And even if you've made it this far, you can speak easily with people in your new town, avoid conflicts, keep your controversial thoughts private, and somehow never get sick. You could still just die suddenly. During this period, unexpected early deaths were very common. Life expectancy was much shorter. Even wealthy people weren't exempt from having their lives cut short. Sudden death could result from nearly anything. Poor living conditions, fevers and infections, catching tuberculosis or plague, malnutrition or famine, battles near towns, or simple bad luck. What happens if lightning strikes you, or you accidentally start a fire? Can you tell if unfiltered water contains parasites or poison? The truth is, you really wouldn't survive a single day living in medieval times. Prehistoric California. Boats, shell money, and acorns. Prehistoric North America. High peaks, dry areas, flowing waters, and an extensive shoreline under pleasant weather conditions. This describes California today and what early native peoples experienced before European arrival. The land's varied landscapes led to remarkable cultural diversity among native groups. When Europeans first arrived, They encountered around 100 different Native American communities across California. Interestingly, despite living in many different settings, numerous groups relied heavily on one main food source, the acorn. The plentiful oak trees throughout California made this possible. Some researchers have suggested ancient California might have been an ideal paradise where farming wasn't needed, but this view might not tell the whole story. While farming and pottery weren't developed, turning acorns into edible food required significant work. Evidence of injuries suggests conflicts between groups might have been common. These native populations were large and organized under complex social systems. Many groups used shell beads as money, and trading networks extended far and wide. Ancient California was likely far from a simple, carefree place. Let's explore human history in the California region. There's no known evidence of people living in California before the Clovis culture. If such evidence exists, it might be underwater near the coast where early Americans may have traveled by foot or boat. Clovis people are the first known humans in California, though only a few of their stone tools have been found near the shoreline. Most evidence of Clovis presence appears inland at scattered, small sites. Only 2 locations show large-scale Clovis activity: Lake Borax and Lake Tulare. Lake Borax is in northwestern coastal California, an area with mountains, thick forests, and many rivers. The coastline there is rugged with many cliffs and few beaches. Several Clovis-style points and unusual crescent-shaped tools have been found around Lake Borax. These crescent tools appear across western North America, but especially throughout California, typically near water bodies. Experts still debate their exact use, but they were probably attached to wooden handles and used in bird hunting. There might be Clovis-era human remains at a northwestern California site, though most researchers believe they're no older than about 6,300 years. Lake Tulare, one of western North America's largest freshwater lakes, sits in the San Joaquin Valley in the southern Central Valley. Several Clovis points have been discovered on its southwestern shores, considered to have the highest concentration of these distinctive points in North America. The Central Coast has low mountains, oak woodland forests, and rocky shores. Southern coastal areas, including the Channel Islands, feature extensive coastal plains, oak woodlands, and sandy beaches. Multiple Clovis-era sites have been found along central and southern California coasts and islands. The culture responsible for these sites likely used boats and ate seafood, including shellfish, fish, and marine mammals. Much of the evidence of their activities is probably underwater now, as sea levels rose dramatically after the last ice age. However, at the Cross Creek site along the central coast, researchers found a large shell midden, discarded shells from meals dating to 10,359,700 years ago. It's the largest known shell midden on the mainland western North American coast. The site also had grinding stones for processing seeds, suggesting this practice began earlier than the previously accepted date of 8,500 years ago. Many archaeologists see the Cross Creek site as evidence of early Americans entering the continent's interior through a coastal route, separate from the inland path through Berindia that Clovis ancestors may have taken. At the Diablo Canyon site, evidence of shellfish and fish consumption dates to 9,300 to 8,900 years ago. South of present-day Santa Barbara are numerous signs of maritime resource use. Some of the most interesting sites are on the northern Channel Islands, as the people there needed fairly advanced boat technology. The oldest site is Daisy Cave on San Miguel Island, showing human presence 12,000 years ago based on shell remains. Human remains called Arlington Man, dating to around 9,700 years ago, have also been found. Researchers discovered evidence of extensive fishing, with remains of 18 different fish species. This strongly suggests boat use. Sandals and cordage made from seagrass found on the island closely resemble those made by historical native groups like the Chumash, supporting theories that the Chumash have lived in the region since at least the early Holocene period. The Eel Point site on San Clemente Island contains a large shell midden dating to around 10,000 years ago. Remarkably, the earliest evidence of boat building has also been found there, dating to about 8,000 years ago. Along Southern California's coast south of present-day Los Angeles, one of the earliest signs of human presence comes from the Harris site. Similar materials found across Southern California are part of the Western stem tradition. As the Holocene period began around 11,700 years ago, and the climate became drier and warmer, the Clovis culture in interior California and western North America generally evolved into the Western stem tradition. Their stone points feature crescents, large stems, and shouldered or leaf-shaped designs. The Western stem tradition dates to 10,000 to 9,000 years ago. Toward the end of the Pleistocene, Many groups heavily used the lakes that once existed across western North America. They used stemmed points and lived by harvesting marsh plants, fish, freshwater shellfish, and small game. Evidence shows they occasionally ventured into the Colorado Desert to hunt and gather seasonal plants. By 8,500 years ago, the interior became drier and many lakes disappeared except for examples like Lake Tulare. The Sierra Nevada and Cascade mountain ranges form California's eastern edge. The Sierra Nevada, mainly granite, has extensive foothills on its western side and a steep escarpment on the east. Most rainfall occurs in the foothills, feeding rivers that flow into the Central Valley. The Cascade Mountains, though not as tall as the Sierra Nevada, have many nearby rivers also flowing into the Central Valley. Little evidence exists of human presence in the Sierra Nevada during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. One exception is the Skyrocket site in the Sierra Nevada foothills, 40 miles east of present-day Stockton. The oldest artifacts there date to 9,400–9,700 years ago and include stemmed and side-notched points. Many grinding stones found at the site, the earliest known in the region, suggest early Americans were shifting away from nomadic Clovis lifestyles. During the early Holocene around 9,000 years ago, warming climate permanently changed California's plants and animals, altering human behaviors across the region. Grinding tools spread throughout the area, while stemmed projectile points were replaced by side-notched designs. Along southern California's coast, scrapers and chopping tools have been found, but few stone points or butchered animal remains from this era. This indicates a well-developed gathering economy, causing stone point production and hunting to decline. In northern California during the early Holocene, many stemmed stone points, crescents, flake blades and grinding tools have been found near Lake Borex. People there combined hunting, gathering and seed collection. In Southern California, the La Jolla tradition dominated. These peoples processed hard seeds, but also hunted, caught birds and fish, and gathered shellfish along the coast. The Channel Islands differed significantly from the mainland at this time. On the northern Channel Islands, at sites dating to 8,000–6,500 years ago, few grinding tools were found, but many digging sticks appeared, likely used for harvesting tubers. However, marine resources would have been their main focus. San Clemente Island showed major occupation between 8,900–5,500 years ago. Remains of 18 large house pits made with whale bones have been found, strongly suggesting sedentary fishing communities lived there. Few people inhabited California's interior regions during this period. Areas as vast as the Cascade Range, Sacramento Valley, and southern San Joaquin Valley had minimal occupation. These valleys form the Central Valley, lying between the Sierra and Cascade Ranges and the coastal mountains, extending about 450 miles long and 40 to 60 miles wide. Rivers from the Cascade Mountains and northern Sierra drain into the Sacramento Valley and south-flowing Sacramento River, while rivers from the central and southern Sierra drain into the San Joaquin Valley and north-flowing San Joaquin River. Around 7,000 years ago, the climate cooled again, along with ocean temperatures. During the Middle Holocene, mortar and pestle technology appeared across California, used to process acorns into food. This technology spread widely and is thought to show the widespread adoption of acorns as a staple food. Evidence includes moderate to severe dental wear on most human remains found in prehistoric California dating after 5,000 years ago. Since stone mortars and pestles leave tiny rock particles in processed acorns, these particles gradually wore down teeth despite being hard to notice while eating. Nevertheless, conditions improved, leading to population growth and increased social complexity. Many native Californian groups built economies around acorns. California had and still has many acorn-producing oak trees with about 15 different species. While acorns were plentiful throughout the region and could be gathered in fall and stored for later use, female group members spent considerable time and energy collecting and processing them. Once turned into edible food, acorns provided substantial nutrition. Acorn processing happened daily as needed. The nut was first removed from its shell in a mortar, then crushed into powder. This powder was soaked in water to remove bitter tannic acid, eventually producing porridge or bread eaten alone or with other foods. By about 5,000 years ago, sea levels had generally stabilized. Many sandy beaches formed along California's coast, along with estuaries, mudflats and marshes, making coastal areas more attractive for settlement. Groups could now settle in many coastal locations without worrying about flooding and erosion. Despite adopting acorns as a staple, hunting increased and economies became even more diversified. Shellfish gathering and sea mammal hunting grew more common along the coast, while salmon fishing increased on inland rivers. The number and size of sites from this era increased dramatically compared to earlier periods. Northern California's dense forests and rugged coasts made resource harvesting difficult, leading people there to focus on acorns and salmon. Along the central coast during the Middle Holocene, mortar and pestle technology was heavily used. People likely shifted from mobile coastal resource exploitation to more sedentary lifestyles using acorns and hunting. Where the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers meet, stands the largest marsh system in western North America, flowing into San Francisco Bay. In this bay region, by about 5,500 years ago, shellfish began to be consumed in large quantities, shown by extensive shell middens. These sites contain mixtures of shell, ash, rock, soil, and human burials, but few artifacts. Some archaeologists suggest these shell mounds weren't simple trash heaps but might have been monuments serving as tombs, cemeteries, and perhaps territorial markers for villages. Between 6,500 and 5,500 years ago, sites across California decreased markedly, suggesting population decline during a warming period. By about 5,800 years ago, shellfish species decreased significantly, indicating shrinking bays and estuaries. Several hundred years later, shellfish adapted to sandy beach environments and increased in number as the climate cooled and became wetter. Along the Santa Barbara coast during the Middle Holocene, habitation sites increased in number and activity intensity, strongly suggesting population growth. As elsewhere in California, acorns became the most important resource along with fishing. Marine mammals were hunted too, indicating ocean-going boat construction. Near the end of the Middle Holocene around 3,000 years ago, populations along the Santa Barbara coast increased again. Labor became specialized particularly in acorn and bread production, potentially leading to greater social complexity. During the Middle Holocene in the Sacramento Valley, human activity increased substantially, particularly in acorn and salmon use. By 5,000 years ago, mortars and pestles either appeared or increased in number. By about 2,500 years ago, Hokorn groups lived in the northern Sierra Nevada foothills, while Panutian groups began expanding into the valley, establishing large villages. One of the best preserved aspects of these peoples are their burial practices, with about 85% of graves containing artifacts. Men were often buried in different areas in deep graves filled with artifacts, while children and women only occasionally received such treatment. Warfare may have been common, as many human remains show skull and lower arm fractures. Many individuals have stone points embedded in their bones. Isolated skulls were also found buried with remains, possibly war trophies. Numerous artifacts made from human bone have been found as well. During the Middle Holocene in the San Joaquin Valley, a diversified lifestyle likely existed. Panutian Yokut groups probably moved into the region from the north around 3,500 years ago, replacing Hokorn groups or perhaps northern Uto-Aztecan groups between roughly 5,000 and 1,500 years ago. During the Middle Holocene in the Cascade and northern Sierra regions, 5,000 to 1,500 years ago, the Martes complex existed. These people used basalt flakestone tools and grinding stones. Extensive seed processing and gathering occurred in the area. Abstract rock art from the central Sierra region also spread during this time. East of the coastal mountains in Southern California lies the vast Colorado Desert, characterized by dryness, low elevation, and sparse vegetation. Anyone living in the Colorado Desert during the Middle Holocene were likely diversified hunter-gatherers. The only well-documented site in the area is the Indian Hill Rock Shelter, whose prehistory began about 4,000 years ago. The shelter contained numerous artifacts and rock-lined storage pits. Researchers believe it served as a hunting camp around 3,000 years ago. During the late Holocene, acorn use intensified further and spread throughout California. Group populations grew dramatically, leading to more complex social and political organizations. Many societies documented by Europeans upon contact likely originated during this time. Several groups became highly complex, with many archaeologists viewing them as chiefdoms. Large mammals, seeds, and shellfish became scarce while acorns remained abundant but labor-intensive to process. More work would have been required within these large societies to meet caloric needs. Across northern California, the early late Holocene 2,500 to 1,500 years ago was dominated by a hunting and gathering culture called the Berkeley pattern. Along with increasing political complexity and population growth, exchange systems became much more sophisticated. Permanent villages may have been established along rivers for the first time. Around 1,500 years ago, the bone arrowhead came into use. Shell beads also began to be used as currency, and territorial boundaries between groups gained importance. In the San Francisco Bay Area region, some 2,600 years ago, at the Emeryville Shell Mound site, sea otter hunting became the economic focus. Bows and arrows likely saw heavy use there as well. By the late Holocene along the central coast, acorns, land hunting, and fishing became more important than marine mammal hunting and shellfish gathering. By about 2,600 years ago, grooved net weights and fish hooks appeared, enabling open water fishing. During the late Holocene, the Santa Barbara region was particularly dynamic. Between about 2,600–650 years ago, shell bead production for currency increased dramatically, clear evidence of greater social and political complexity. Around 1,500 years ago, increasingly permanent villages developed, with both residential and communal structures. By about 700 years ago, this became the dominant settlement type. Contact and trade between mainlanders and islanders increased after about 1,150 years ago, along with violence, though often non-lethal. Around 850 years ago, shell bead manufacturing greatly increased and canoes became more important. Job specialization emerged and society became more stratified. By the time Europeans arrived, the Chumash occupied much of the Santa Barbara coast and the northern Channel Islands. Researchers believe they may have been in the region for at least 9,000 years. At contact, the Chumash were organized into small but complex chiefdoms with economies based on shell bead currency and large permanent villages of over 1,000 people. They used plank canoes for commerce between islands and mainland. Elite control of these vessels was a key aspect of their power. Groups in coastal Southern California outside the Santa Barbara region likely didn't develop chiefdoms, though their social complexity probably increased over time. Trade during the late Holocene in Southern California was dynamic, with materials moving between the Southwest and Mojave Desert. A major event in this region and the northern Colorado Desert was the arrival of Takik groups around 3,500 years ago. They likely came from north of present-day Los Angeles, moving south to occupy coastal Southern California, the Southern Channel Islands, and northern San Diego County. The Takik peoples introduced new lifestyles, approaching burial practices, settlement patterns, and economies differently. Reliance on marine resources, mammals, and shellfish decreased, though fish became more important. In the Sierra Nevada during the late Holocene, acorn use intensified as elsewhere in California. Populations increased dramatically and corner-notched points emerged. Large permanent villages appeared along major rivers. Trade expanded greatly, with obsidian from the eastern Sierra moving west while coastal shells moved east. Around 1,500 years ago, warming and drying trends began in the Sierra Nevada. Populations likely declined and the mountains were used only temporarily. However, by about 700 years ago, conditions became cooler and wetter, and people returned to live permanently in the mountains to use acorn resources. Many large villages developed along major rivers. Houses were built in pits, sometimes placed in pairs. Numerous burial and cremation sites have been found. Once these groups encountered Europeans, they began trading immediately. Unfortunately, their populations declined substantially from European-introduced diseases. Some archaeologists suggest that the development of large, complex Native American groups was a response to managing the extensive goods from European traders. During the late Holocene in the Central Valley, populations grew and large villages formed. Resource use intensified and cultures became more elaborate. In the Sacramento Valley, two groups lived in large valley floor villages. Their settlements created large shell middens and house pits, with economies focusing on acorns and fish. In the surrounding mountains and foothills lived possible Hokan peoples in small villages, with less specialized social and economic structures, though still acorn-focused. Overall, acorn and small animal use increased while large mammal and fish focus decreased. This suggests population growth, leading to intense resource competition and reduced mobility, which would have resulted in smaller territorial ranges. Many late Holocene burials suggest conflicts over dwindling resources. Though pottery is rare in prehistoric California, peoples in the lower Sacramento Valley made pottery over time. Their work appears at several sites and archaeologists call it the Cozumnes brownware tradition. Many large villages developed throughout the valley characterized by elaborate ceremonies and complex exchange systems. Shell bead currency came into use and socio-political complexity increased. Unfortunately, these developments halted soon after contact due to European diseases. Around 1,500 years ago, the Colorado Desert's population increased. Beginning about 1,300 years ago, Hakataya cultural groups along the Colorado River began influencing Colorado desert communities. After about 1,000 years ago, several cultural traits including pottery, small triangular points, and cremation practices appeared in the Colorado desert region, either through diffusion or migration. Regardless, long-distance trade networks formed between the Imperial Valley and Colorado River regions. One important aspect of the Colorado Desert was the periodic appearance of a huge lake. Over the last 15,000 years, the Colorado River occasionally changed course to flow into the Imperial Valley, forming a large lake called Lake Cahuilla. Once the Colorado River returned to its original course, Lake Cahuilla would evaporate and disappear. In the last several thousand years, Lake Cahuilla appeared and vanished 3 to 4 times. The most recent period Lake Cahuilla existed may have been between 1,300 to 500 years ago. Throughout this time, humans adapted to the lake's temporary nature. When present, the lake provided a stable food base with plenty of fish, waterfowl, and marsh plants, supporting large populations in permanent lakeshore villages and seasonal camps. After the lake disappeared, native groups might have focused on permanent springs, shifting from aquatic to land resources. This would have increased use of surrounding highlands and population movement east and west. Despite this, recent excavations and reanalysis of coprolite data show seasonal resource use patterns, suggesting lakeshore sites may not have been permanently occupied. At European contact around 400 years ago, an estimated 500,000 to 700,000 people lived in California. Unfortunately, their numbers would be devastated by European diseases and conflicts. Their ways of life were disrupted by Spanish, Mexican, and finally American rule, the horrible death of Henry VIII. No royal downfall in the chronicles of Europe. Rivals the grim collapse seen in the closing chapter of England's most debated ruler, the once splendid king, hailed across the continent for his bodily grandeur and mental gifts, underwent a decline so deep and repulsive that eyewitness reports remain unsettling even after hundreds of years. Coming into the world in mid-1491, this second king of his line took the crown as a 17-year-old blessed with remarkable qualities. Letters from foreign officials describe a ruler of tall build, reddish-brown hair, and noble presence, an ideal prince by the standards of the time. Visitors from abroad were impressed by his skill in sports, learning achievements, and kingly appearance. The turning point in this king's bodily decline happened during a January 1536 sporting event. At 44, the king had a terrible horse-riding mishap when his steed fell under him. Though he lived through the event, the king stayed unconscious for hours. The harm to his leg turned into a lasting, oozing sore that would trouble him until his death. This open wound gave off such awful smells that those at court could tell the king was coming well before he appeared. For a king deeply worried about showing power and manhood, this problem was a terrible shame. Court rules forced attendants to bear the foul odors without showing any signs of disgust or risk the king's anger. This accident happened around the same time as increasingly strange behavior. Within months, his second wife faced death on questionable charges, a timing that has led scholars to wonder about possible head trauma making worse already unstable mind patterns. With movement greatly limited, the king's body went through dramatic changes. His once fit frame gave way to extreme fatness, with his waist growing hugely. Palace builders had to widen doorways to fit his size, and special lifting machines became needed to move him between royal rooms. The food records show a very unhealthy diet. Daily food intake reached about 5,000 calories, mostly animal foods with few plants. Many kinds of meat dishes with large amounts of alcohol were normal fare. This eating pattern plus forced lack of movement sped up his body's breakdown. Medical treatments made things worse. Doctors of that time used methods now known to be harmful: burning with hot tools, using toxic substances including mercury, and regular bleeding that further weakened his failing health. The worsening wounds eventually showed bone through dead flesh. At 49, the increasingly sick king married a teenage noblewoman, claiming the match would make him young again. The reality was ugly. The young wife, disgusted by her smelly, misshapen husband, found comfort elsewhere. The unavoidable discovery led to expected results for both the young woman and her lover. His final marriage worked more as nursing care than love match. His last wife showed amazing loyalty considering the well-known fates of those before her. Modern medical experts suggest multiple health problems. Body processing issues including sugar disease, joint swelling, heart problems, and high blood pressure. Some researchers have suggested late-stage love disease, though this diagnosis remains argued among today's historians. This mix of illnesses turned his life into constant suffering. Reports from the time describe switching between terrible pain during which the king shouted at everyone nearby, and deep sadness marked by long periods of not moving or speaking. Mental decline matched physical suffering. The once sharp leader developed growing fears of plots, killing long-time advisors and friends based on groundless suspicions. Court feeling grew fearful as harmless remarks or misread looks could lead to claims of treason. A leading nobleman faced death barely 7 days before the king's own end. Sick fear of being poisoned required complex safety measures. Every food item needed testing first and eating tools underwent careful checking. This obsession possibly came from brain decline or mini-strokes. As death approached, the king's state became almost unbearable. Movement stopped completely despite help. Spreading infection took over his lower legs, making the already overwhelming smell worse. Court members used scented cloths while keeping required attendance. During winter 1546-47, blood poisoning sped his decline. Breathing troubles increased, along with fever dreams. Witnesses reported the king mumbling the names of dead wives during these episodes, especially the mother of his only legal son, and possibly the mother of his most famous child to rule after him. Surprisingly, despite his clearly dying condition, no court member dared mention the coming royal death. English laws named such prediction as treason. Doctors kept pretending recovery might happen even as decay began while the king still breathed. On January 27, 1547, knowing his end was near, the king called for the archbishop. Unable to speak, he confirmed his Christian faith through a final hand signal. The next morning at 55, the once mighty ruler died. Death brought no respect. His huge body needed special funeral arrangements. The methods of the time, mainly removing organs and filling body spaces with nice-smelling stuff, proved sadly not enough. Perhaps the most shameful event happened as the royal remains waited for burial at a famous church. The poorly sealed coffin began leaking body fluids onto holy ground. Writers of the time recorded that night animals ate these leakages, a deeply shameful final note for a king whose self-image centered on God-given power and royal glory. The burial finally happened almost 3 weeks after death. Despite the unbearable smell coming from the coffin, formal procedures went ahead as required for such an important king. He was laid to rest beside the mother of his male heir, the only wife to give him the son that had driven many of his most argued decisions, including the religious break with Rome. Ironically, his precious son ruled briefly before dying from illness at 15. The throne then went to his first daughter, whose mother he had rejected, and then to his second daughter, whose mother he had killed. This last child would create England's most celebrated royal age. The awful death of this king offers deep thoughts on power's limits. A ruler who placed himself above church and state law, who rebuilt national religious identity and took human lives at will, finally fell to bodily weakness. As noted writer Alison Weir observed, few historical contrasts match the change of this ruler from perfect Renaissance prince to ugly mockery, feared instead of loved, slowly eaten by physical pain and mental instability. The gap between the king's grand official paintings and his real physical decay represents one of history's most striking differences between public myth and private truth. His remarkable political impact creating English church freedom continues to shape modern world, while his personal end reminds us all must die. What couldn't owners do to slaves in ancient Rome? The common view of slavery in ancient Rome often paints a picture of unlimited control, owners exercising complete power over those they owned. While largely accurate, history shows a more complex situation. Throughout Rome's nearly 1200 years, this system changed significantly with varying limits on owner authority. Historical writings by Dionysius of Halicarnassus suggest that slavery existed from Rome's beginnings, with Romulus reportedly allowing citizens to sell their children into bondage. The owner-slave connection during early Rome differed greatly from later times. In Rome's early days as a small settlement, wealth gaps remained relatively small. Wealthy Romans typically ran modest farms where they worked alongside a few slaves. This close contact created more personal bonds between owners and those they owned. Working daily next to someone naturally limited extreme cruelty. Also, early Rome's layout provided practical checks on an owner's control. Nearby settlements offered possible escape for mistreated individuals, creating a practical reason for decent treatment. As Rome grew through military conquest, however, the population makeup changed dramatically. By the 400s BCE, about 1/5 of people lived in bondage, fundamentally changing social relationships. The growing separation between masters and slaves, plus increasing numbers, led to worsening conditions for enslaved people. During the Republican era, No formal legal limits restricted an owner's authority. The only theoretical check on abuse came from censors, officials who could enter homes and step in for cases of extreme cruelty. However, this power was optional rather than required. Censors served only 18 months every 5 years, leaving long periods without even theoretical oversight. Moreover, enslaved people couldn't legally request help. Only free citizens could report mistreatment. Historical records from the 4 centuries between when the censor position was created and the imperial age contain no documented cases of censors helping enslaved people. While lack of evidence doesn't prove it never happened, it strongly suggests such interventions were extremely rare. The imperial age brought modest legal protections. 2 notable examples show imperial intervention. Emperor Augustus reportedly freed a slave sentenced to death for accidentally breaking a crystal cup at a dinner, and Emperor Hadrian banished a Roman woman for 5 years after she severely beat a female slave over something minor. However, these remained unusual cases rather than common practice. Over time, modest legal reforms appeared. Around the start of the millennium, the Lex Aelia Sentia and Lex Fufiia Caninia created rules about freeing slaves. Under Emperor Claudius, abandoning a sick slave who later recovered on their own resulted in automatic freedom. Owners were also legally required to provide proper burial for deceased slaves. The Lex Petronia of 61 CE banned sending slaves to fight wild animals without court approval. Emperors Domitian and Hadrian prohibited castration. In 1601 CE, Emperor Antoninus Pius made unjustified killing of slaves illegal, though this only applied to deliberate acts like stabbing. Deaths from normal punishments like excessive beating remained allowed. By 319 CE, Constantine's laws further equated intentional killing of a slave with murder of a free person. Classical Roman law developed 4 standard contract clauses that could be included in purchase agreements. Mana miticure stopped the buyer from freeing the purchased person. Utin mana miticure required the buyer to free the person after a specific time. Utic sportiture forced the buyer to remove the person from a certain location. Nadprostituture specifically banned forcing female slaves into prostitution. These protections stayed with the person even through later sales. Breaking these terms could result in penalties listed in the original contract or later under Constantine. Automatic freedom. Notably, while prostitution received specific contractual protection, no similar clauses existed for other potentially exploitative jobs. Despite these modest legal limits, the basic reality remained harsh. Roman law clearly showed that these restrictions aimed not at humanitarian concerns but at maintaining social order and preventing wasteful destruction of property. The most effective protections applied only when explicitly included in purchase agreements by previous owners. Even during times of progressive reform, Roman law fundamentally viewed enslaved people as instrumenta vocalia, speaking tools rather than humans deserving basic rights. The limited restrictions mainly served to prevent unnecessary damage to valuable possessions rather than to acknowledge human dignity. The gradual development of these legal limits across 12 centuries shows how Roman society slowly created constraints on absolute power, though ultimately failing to challenge the fundamental injustice of the institution itself. The Assyrian Empire: origins, rise and collapse. The earliest true empire in known history began with humble roots along the Tigris River. The Assyrian society, formed by Semitic groups who traveled northward from the Arabian Peninsula during the growing desert conditions in the late 3,000 years BCE, would eventually grow to rule large areas of the Near East. The early Assyrians built towns near the middle part of the Tigris, mainly Nineveh, Arbela, now Erbil, and Ashur. For hundreds of years, these cities existed under the rule of the more advanced cultures of southern Mesopotamia, initially serving under various ruling powers including Sargon's kingdom and Hammurabi's empire. Well placed on trade paths linking southern Mesopotamia with Anatolia, the city of Ashur grew from a simple stop to a rich trading center. Assyrian traders set up market posts throughout Anatolia, with Karum-Kanesh becoming their most important foreign market. These sellers moved lapis lazuli, Elamite tin, and Babylonian copper westward, while bringing timber, wool goods and valuable metals eastward. The wealth created through trade allowed Ashur to gain freedom from Babylonian rule around the 19th century BCE. Notably, Ashur worked not just as a city name but also as the name of their main god, a war god linked with battle, triumph and legal power. Unlike other Mesopotamian city-states where gods were clearly separate from cities, for early Assyrians the god Ashur was seen as the very ground on which their city was built. Early Assyrian rule worked under an odd system. The god Ashur was seen as the true ruler, with the human king serving only as his earthly stand-in. This king's power was limited by a group of elders and a yearly elected official called the Limu, who led the group and handled money matters. Any big choices needed group approval and spending required the Limu's permission. Between the 18th and 17th centuries BCE, this time of limited royal power ended as trouble in Anatolia broke trade networks. Assyrian trading posts were ruined. Ashur lost its trading importance and Babylonian rule was put back in place. The area then became fought over by Babylonian and Hittite forces, ending with Babylon's capture in 1531 BCE. After Babylon's fall, Kassite tribes from the Iranian plateau took control of Babylonia, yet Assyrian freedom remained out of reach. At the same time, Hurrian peoples from the Armenian highlands moved into present-day Syria, forming several states with Mitanni becoming the strongest power. For nearly 200 years Ashur stayed a Mitanni subject state, technically free but with torn-down walls and Mitanni officials watching over its rule. Assyria regained freedom during the 15th and 14th centuries BCE, when King Ashur-Bal-Sheshu used Mitanni's inner fights to rebuild city defenses. Later, Ashur-Rubalit kicked out Mitanni officials, declared himself king, and looked for Egyptian help against Mitanni. With freedom came a thinking shift. Assyrians no longer saw themselves as just a city-state but as a land power. Their area was now thought of as Mate, Ashur, land of Ashur, and King Adad-Nirari I took the title King of the Universe rather than simply King of Assyria. Royal titles increasingly stressed military wins, with Mirepish-Mishri, expander of borders, becoming a main title. Assyrian religious belief changed at the same time. The god Ashur's rank raised from city guardian to supreme god. If Ashur ruled over all gods, then clearly Assyria's king was meant to rule over all earthly kings. Land growth became a holy duty, the doing of Ashur's heavenly will. The Assyrians created many military changes that changed ancient war. They formed cavalry as a separate military unit, first using mounted archers and later adding heavy attack cavalry. Their progress in siege war was groundbreaking. They built effective battering rams against mud brick walls, used siege towers with archers, and dug tunnels under defense walls. While other armies typically used long sieges to force giving up through hunger, Assyrian forces mastered direct attack methods against strongly protected places. Just as important was their creation of the first full mail system, allowing effective control across vast lands. Earlier empires struggled to keep control over far regions, usually leaving beaten lands semi-free while paying tribute. Assyrian kings changed imperial rule by placing guards and appointing governors in conquered cities, keeping watch through regular reports sent via mail networks. To allow quick troop movements and ensure steady communication, the Assyrians built a wide network of paved roads, among the earliest such building projects in human history. Assyrian military campaigns reached new levels of cruelty under King Ashurnasirpal II. His conquests were marked by extreme violence, as written in his own records. After taking the city, I killed many fighters. I cut off heads and built a pile of skulls and bodies before the city gates. I made a tower of living victims by putting young men on stakes around the city, while throwing young women into fires. Thus I showed my great power and the fear of my rule. When Ashurnasirpal's forces took towns, terrible killings became normal practice. Prisoners faced beheading, cutting up, skinning, staking, hanging, live burial, drowning. This way of causing fear worked right away. Many kingdoms gave up without fighting, too scared to stand against Assyrian forces. However, this plan eventually worked against them. While it created quick fear, it built deep, lasting hate. Nearly every nearby society came to not just fear Assyrian power but to hate it deeply. Though Ashurnasirpal's followers eased these practices, Assyria's name for harsh cruelty stayed forever. Rather than stopping resistance, the terror plan eventually caused it. When inner problems broke out within Assyria, beaten peoples rose up across many areas. In the north, victims of Assyrian attacks joined to form Urartu. In the west, two strong groups of Aramean tribes emerged, and in Babylonia, anti-Assyrian uprisings became common. Assyria was saved from possible fall by Tiglath-Pileser III, who took power through army coup in 745 BCE. He made full army changes that greatly strengthened Assyrian forces. Before, the military was mainly citizen fighters responsible for bringing their own gear. Tiglath-Pileser III set up Assyria's first professional army, recruiting poor farmers and giving them equipment at state cost. He started regular training plans, strict discipline rules, and reorganized forces into special units including chariots, cavalry, light and heavy foot soldiers, and building corps. To pay for this military and ensure state stability, Tiglath-Pileser made tax and control changes. He put new money and work duties on farming and craft classes. To stop area governors from building independent power bases, He made provinces smaller while increasing their number, and importantly began naming eunuchs as governors. Since eunuchs couldn't have children, they posed no family threat to central power. With these changed structures, Tiglath-Pileser started a new wave of conquests. His approach to beaten lands brought in a new policy known as Naho, uprooting mass moving of beaten peoples to far regions of the empire, replacing them with captives from other areas. This practice aimed to cut people's ties to their old homelands, remove national identities and bring them into Assyrian imperial society. Strangely, this policy helped spread Aramaic throughout the Near East. Originally, Aramean tribes lived in tight groups in modern Syria, but after Assyrian forced moves, Arameans were spread across the empire. Eventually, their language, not Assyrian, became the region's common tongue. Even within Assyria's core land, the Neo-Assyrian Empire reached its land peak under kings Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Ashurbanipal during the early 7th century BCE. Egypt, Elam, and Cyprus were taken. Rebel Phoenician cities were forced under control. Urartu was pushed northward, and large Anatolian lands were added. In 67-2 BCE, Esarhaddon named his son Ashurbanipal as his follower, but faced pushback from Babylonian leaders. To prevent problems, he split the empire, giving Assyria to Ashurbanipal and Babylonia to another son, Shamash-shum-ukin. This plan kept peace for a while, but eventually led to brother conflict when Shamash-shum-ukin sought complete Babylonian freedom and secretly formed an anti-Assyrian group. Though first found by Assyrian spies, the reports were ignored. When rebellion broke out in 6052 BCE, the group failed to work together well. Using divide-and-beat tactics, Assyrian forces defeated rebel groups one by one. By 6048 BCE, they had taken Babylon. Shamash-shum-ukin killed himself rather than be captured. Harsh punishments followed, with rebels suffering cutting and public shame. Though seeming at the height of its power, Assyria was inside tired. Constant uprisings had used up its resources and outer areas increasingly claimed freedom. A new threat came when Scythian nomads invaded Western Empire lands in the 630s BCE, destroying regions beyond the Euphrates. This disaster weakened Assyrian stability, causing inner conflict. After Ashurbanipal's death in 6027 BCE, civil war broke out among his heirs and generals, speeding up empire breakdown. Area regions declared freedom, with Babylonia gaining freedom under the Chaldean prince Nabopolassar by 619 BCE. Fighting for survival, Assyria formed a team with former rivals, including Egypt, but failed to stop Babylonian advances. At the same time, Median forces under Cyaxares invaded from another direction. In 6112 BCE, joined Babylonian and Median armies took and destroyed Nineveh after a 3-month siege. The last Assyrian king, Ashur-uballit II, tried to gather remaining forces at Haran with Egyptian support, but was beaten by 619 BCE. The Assyrian Empire, the first true imperial power in human history, disappeared from the political map, leaving behind a legacy of control innovations, building achievements, and warning lessons about imperial overreach that would shape later civilizations for thousands of years. The king's favorite who was castrated and hanged in public. A historical analysis. The town square of Hereford became the stage for an extraordinary spectacle on November 24, 1326. People from all walks of life, nobles, religious figures, traders and ordinary folk, crowded together to witness what would be remembered as one of the most brutal public punishments in England's Middle Ages. Standing on a wooden platform was a worn-down man about 40 years old. His face showed signs of days without food, a deliberate hunger strike. His once fine clothes were now in rags. This man, who had once been the second most powerful person in the land, was about to face an execution so terrible that history would remember it for hundreds of years. This was Hugh Despenser the Younger, the beloved advisor and supposed close companion of King Edward I. To understand Despenser's terrible end, we must look at the complex politics of early 14th century England. Born around 1286 to Hugh Despenser the Elder and Isabel Beauchamp, whose father was the Earl of Warwick, young Hugh came from a prestigious family with important connections. His father loyally served King Edward I, which placed the family in a good position among the nobility. When Edward II took the throne in 1307, new chances for advancement appeared. The new king had already shown a fondness for male companions. His previous favourite, Piers Gaveston, had caused much trouble, not just for taking up the king's attention but for treating established nobles with contempt. Gaveston's violent removal by angry nobles in 1312 created an opening in the king's inner circle. By 1316, Despenser had gained enough royal favour to become chamberlain, a job giving him unique closeness to the king. At the same time, he strengthened his position by marrying Eleanor de Clare, the king's niece, getting the rich Welsh land of Glamorgan through this marriage. As the bond between Hugh and Edward II grew stronger, Despenser's power increased dramatically. He developed an endless hunger for land and wealth, twisting legal procedures to take properties from other nobles, even defenseless widows. Among his victims was his own sister-in-law, forced to give up valuable estates. During a temporary exile following a nobles' uprising in 1321, he surprisingly turned to piracy, attacking English merchant ships with complete disregard for the law. When Edward II regained control over the rebellious nobility, Hugh returned with unprecedented influence. Between 1322 and 1326, the Despenser's father and son basically ran England. Hugh the Younger controlled access to the king, managed royal money, and ruled vast territories. Medieval writer John Froissart noted that he functioned as England's actual ruler in everything but title. Making matters worse were rumours about his relationship with the king. Despite being married with several children, suspicions continued about Hugh having intimate relations with Edward. Chronicles of the time suggested inappropriate behaviours, seen as violations of both church teachings and social norms. Queen Isabella, Edward's wife and daughter of France's king, had particular hatred for Despenser. Embarrassed by her husband's obvious preference for his favourite, she watched her position, resources and even access to her children steadily reduced through Hugh's interference. By 1324, Despenser had seized the Queen's properties and jailed members of her household. Even the royal children were taken from Isabella's care and given to Hugh's wife. The Queen's chance came in 1325 when diplomatic duties took her to France. There she met Roger Mortimer, a powerful baron who had escaped imprisonment in the Tower of London, where he had been locked up for opposing the Despensers and fled to mainland Europe. Mortimer became both her lover and partner in the plan to overthrow Edward II and his favourite. In September 1326, Isabella and Mortimer led a small mercenary force into England. What shocked Edward and the Despensers was how quickly English nobles joined the invaders. Years of exploitation, extortion, and humiliation had created widespread hatred toward the king's favourite. As support fell apart, Edward II and the Despensers fled westward with large portions of the royal treasury. Their escape proved useless. The Despensers were separated. Hugh the Elder was caught in Bristol and quickly executed. On October 27, 1326, he was hanged while still in armour, then beheaded, his body cut into 4 parts and thrown away, a grim end for a long-time crown servant. Meanwhile, Edward II and Hugh the Younger continued their desperate escape through Wales. Abandoned by almost all supporters, they were finally captured near Neath. Edward was imprisoned and forced to give up the throne to his 14-year-old son, later Edward III. Hugh Despenser faced a more horrible fate. Knowing mercy was impossible, Hugh tried to starve himself but failed. On November 24, he stood before a court headed by his deadly enemies, Roger Mortimer, Queen Isabella, and Lancastrian barons, who had suffered from his greed. Though presented as a legal process, the outcome was already decided. Hugh faced charges of treason, theft, corruption, and manipulation of the king. Found guilty on all counts, he received one of history's most awful sentences. That morning, Despenser was brought to Fairford's marketplace before a huge crowd including Mortimer, Isabella, and victorious barons. What followed was a carefully planned public revenge. Tied to a tall ladder ensuring everyone could see, Despenser was crowned with stinging nettles mocking the royal power he had effectively shared. Bible passages condemning pride were written on his skin before the actual torture began. According to Froissart, executioners cut off Hugh's genitals, burning them while he watched punishment deliberately chosen for his alleged sexual misconduct. While still conscious, his belly was cut open and internal organs slowly removed and burned. Witnesses recorded inhuman screams echoing through the marketplace, apparently to the crowd's satisfaction. Only after extended suffering was Hugh finally hanged. Even in death, his humiliation continued. His corpse was beheaded and quartered, with pieces sent for display in different English cities. His head was placed on a stake at London's gate, a clear warning against misusing royal favour. The extraordinary cruelty of Despenser's execution served multiple purposes: payback for his demonstrated cruelty and greed, and symbolic cleansing of perceived corruption brought upon the kingdom through his influence over Edward II and their alleged intimate relationship. The public castration especially emphasized punishment for sexual impropriety. 4 years later, in December 1330, Hugh's widow Eleanor de Clare received permission to collect and bury his remains on family land in Gloucestershire. However, only his head, a thigh bone and fragments were recovered. An undignified final chapter for England's once second most powerful figure. Edward II's fate proved similarly terrible. Initially imprisoned, he was murdered in September 1327 at Berkeley Castle. The enduring account of his death, though questioned by modern historians, involves execution by heated tool, inserted rectally, a method leaving no visible marks while symbolically referencing his alleged sexual practices. The rule of Edward II and Hugh Despenser's rapid rise and fall represent one of medieval England's most chaotic periods. For centuries, historical accounts were influenced by bias regarding their relationship. Edward was depicted as weak and controlled by personal desires, while Hugh was portrayed as an unprincipled manipulator exploiting royal weakness. Modern historians offer more balanced interpretation. They acknowledge Despenser's extreme greed alienated virtually all English nobility while questioning sensationalist accounts of his relationship with Edward II. Recognizing accusations of sexual impropriety often served as political weapons against enemies. Whatever their actual relationship involved, Despenser's fate shows the dangerous intersection of power, sexuality and governance in medieval England. His tortured body served as graphic demonstration of consequences for challenging societal norms and making powerful enemies. Despenser's story also shows how justice worked as theatrical display in medieval society. His execution went beyond mere legal procedure, becoming carefully orchestrated public performance communicating political and moral messages. The treatment of his body, particularly public castration, conveyed specific messages about sexual transgression, political corruption and restored social order. Hugh Despenser's downfall proved as dramatic as his rise. Within years he changed from relatively unknown knight to England's most influential figure, only to end as scattered remains displayed across the kingdom. His story exemplifies the uncertainty of political fortune in medieval society. In final irony, the regime replacing Edward II and the Despensers proved short-lived. Queen Isabella and Roger Mortimer, who presided over Hugh's brutal execution, were themselves overthrown just 4 years later when young Edward III took real power. Mortimer faced similar execution as a traitor, though spared additional tortures. Medieval political fortunes had shifted once more. 700 years later, Despenser's story continues to fascinate and disturb. In modern historical overviews, he has been listed among Britain's most notorious medieval figures. His life has inspired plays, historical novels, and TV productions, typically portraying him as the classic corrupt courtier. Today's perspective allows us to view Despenser's execution with appropriate horror, recognizing the extreme brutality marking medieval judicial practice. At the same time, his story reminds us that dynamics of influence, political favoritism, and exploitation of privileged access exist in all historical periods. The royal favorite who met such a gruesome public end provides distant yet relevant insight on the complex interplay of power, sexuality, greed, and justice that continues shaping our societies. The grim fate of a Tudor-era cook. An historical account. On the grim morning of April 5, 1531, dark clouds hung over London. Crowds gathered at Smithfield, a place known for both trading animals and carrying out public punishments. This day would see an especially cruel execution. In the center of the square sat a large brass pot placed over newly lit wood. As the water inside began to heat, vapor rose into the air. The crowd's whispers grew louder when guards brought forward a chained man, Richard Rose, who worked as a cook for John Fisher, the Bishop of Rochester. The prisoner's pale face showed he knew what was coming. He would be lowered into boiling water until dead, feeling his skin slowly peel away. To understand why this happened, we must look at what occurred in February. During this time, England was going through major political and social changes. King Henry VIII wanted to end his marriage to Catherine of Aragon so he could marry Anne Boleyn. This wish created much conflict throughout the country, forming groups of power-hungry courtiers who backed the king's desires against religious conservatives who believed marriage couldn't be broken. Bishop John Fisher was one of the strongest opponents of the king's wanted divorce. His religious beliefs made him enemies of both the king and Anne Boleyn's rising supporters, who saw him as blocking their plans. The bishop thus took many safety measures, sleeping in different rooms each night and being careful about his food. At Fisher's home in Lambeth, the household staff included Rose. Plain-looking and quiet, he worked well within the household until the key event of February 18th. That day Fisher had guests for a meal. The dinner included a thick soup common in English cooking of that time. Records show Rose secretly added some unknown powder to this dish. He later claimed this was just a badly thought out joke, thinking the substance would only cause stomach upset rather than death. The bishop ate very little of the tainted food while guests ate more. Following the custom of the time, leftover food was given to poor people asking for help, including two people named Bennett Kerwin and Alice Treate. Within hours after eating, everyone who had consumed the food showed severe symptoms: stomach pain, vomiting, sweating and muscle spasms. Fisher lived, having eaten very little. Others became very sick. Kerwin and Treate, who had eagerly eaten their portions, died from the poison, their bodies found the next day showing signs of painful deaths. Word of the poisoning quickly reached the royal court. Henry VIII, despite opposing Fisher politically, saw the broader threat to royal safety. If church officials faced poisoning threats, the king himself might be at risk. The king ordered an immediate investigation. Officers caught Rose trying to leave the city. Questioning at the tower included stretching him on a frame, his limbs tied to diagonal beams and slowly pulled apart to force confession. Under this pain, Rose admitted adding the substance but insisted he didn't know it would kill. The legal process was highly unusual. On February 28, Henry VIII personally spoke to Parliament about the incident, a rare royal intervention. The king called the poisoning an act of treason aimed not just at Fisher but at royal power itself. Parliament, typically obedient to the hot-tempered king, quickly passed a law, Act for Poisoning 22 Henry VIII, Chapter 9, making such acts high treason and creating a specific punishment: death by boiling. This stands as a strange legal oddity. The king basically decided guilt without a trial and created a new law afterward to allow for a harsh punishment. Modern historians disagree about why the king got so involved in this case. Some think Henry truly hated poisoning, seeing it as especially dishonorable. Others suggest clever political planning. The Spanish ambassador Eustace Chapureas, who supported Fisher and Queen Catherine, wrote that the king's dramatic response aimed to prevent investigation into possible involvement by Anne Boleyn's family. Rumors spread that Boleyn had ordered Fisher's elimination as he blocked the royal marriage plans. The cook's quick and public execution possibly served to stop any investigation that might implicate people close to the king. Whatever the true reasons, Richard Rose faced execution on April 5. The new method of execution drew a huge crowd. Sellers moved through the gathered people, creating a feeling more like entertainment than punishment. Reports say Rose was given alcohol to dull his senses, one small mercy. Guards removed his clothes and positioned him above the pot. A priest offered spiritual forgiveness before the physical torture began. The execution happened in 3 stages of immersion. First, only his legs entered the boiling water, causing screams heard throughout the area, as skin separated from flesh. Many onlookers fainted or looked away. The second lowering reached his chest, with the water turning reddish as flesh dissolved. The final submersion, covering his entire body, ended the condemned man's suffering. This wasn't the only use of this execution method. The new law was later applied to others, including Margaret Davies, executed similarly in 1542 for allegedly poisoning her employers. The practice continued until ended during Edward VI's rule as part of wider reforms of punishment. This case matters particularly because of its political aspects. Rose suffered the consequences of historical circumstances as England approached major religious and governmental changes. Bishop Fisher, the intended victim, was eventually executed in 1535 for refusing to accept the king as head of the church. Anne Boleyn, whose ambitions were indirectly connected to these events, was executed in 1536 on charges widely believed to be made up to allow Henry's next marriage. The king ruled controversially for 16 more years, marrying 4 more times, breaking ties with Rome and establishing Protestant England. His suspicion and harshness grew worse as he aged. Today's Smithfield shows no sign of these events. Few Londoners walking through this business area know the historical importance beneath their feet. Richard Rose's story offers disturbing historical insight. It shows a time when legal process and cruelty existed side by side, when powerful figures changed laws as they wished, and when human life had value mainly through political usefulness and death. We can't know for certain about Rose's guilt, whether truly responsible, political victim, or subject of a tragic misunderstanding about the substance's properties. Clearly, though, his punishment went beyond normal standards of the time. The method of punishment contains troubling symbolism, a cooking professional ultimately dying through similar processes applied to himself. This suggests not just elimination but symbolic revenge, reflecting a fundamentally different idea of justice. 500 years separate us from these events. Government, law, and ideas about punishment have changed deeply. Modern systems in theory focus on rehabilitation over revenge and equal treatment regardless of status. Yet, Richard Rose's story remains relevant precisely because it shows how fragile civilized restraints are and how institutions can be twisted by authoritarian control. Under modern London's busy surface, echoes of history remain, reminders of social progress and warnings about the use of power. Exploring ancient farming treasures, 15 lost food plants. Old-time farming ways show us many healthy plants that once grew all over Europe's fields but now can't be found in today's kitchens. The plants listed here aren't just old things to remember, but possible answers to today's food and growing problems since they kept people alive through hard times for hundreds of years. 1. Skirret, the hidden years-long root. Farmers long ago prized skirret because it took care of itself. Unlike today's root foods that need constant work, skirret stayed in place year after year, making bunches of thin white roots underground with little help needed. These naturally sugary roots were sweeter than carrots or parsnips, making nobles demand they be grown in castle yards. Skirret stayed strong during cold winters when other foods failed, making it key for staying alive. Old farming books talk about it feeding poor homes when fields gave nothing. People could fix it many ways, cooking over fire, in water, in thick soups, or in sweet pastries. Working much like potatoes did later in Europe's cooking, this amazing plant slowly went away as growing ways changed toward faster growing choices. 2. Alexander's, the bold kitchen traveler. Brought to Britain when Romans lived there, Alexander's quickly won over old-time growers with how many ways it could be used. This tough plant grew strongly beyond garden edges, having the pushy ways of weeds but the good taste of fine foods. What made Alexander's special was that you could eat all of it from stalks and leaves to flowers, roots and seeds. People long ago ate young stalks like celery, put flowers in raw leaf mixes and used seeds instead of pepper. The leaves gave a special taste like both parsley and celery for many soups. Growing tall to about 6 feet with bright yellow flowers that brought helpful bugs, Alexander's grew on its own near seas, high rocks and along paths without people's help. Despite being so useful, Alexander's slowly left people's meals, pushed out by celery in the early 1700s. Today people often see it growing wild but don't know it was once an important food. 3. Good King Henry, the noble year-round green. This special plant's name story remains unknown, but we know it grew all across Europe's lands long ago. Found both wild and in well-kept gardens, Good King Henry took care of itself, coming back yearly without planting again, basically needing no care. Studies show it has more iron than spinach and lots of vitamin C, key foods often missing in old-time eating habits. During spring hungry times, its early leaves gave needed food. People used it differently as it grew. Young shoots cooked like asparagus, full-grown leaves used like spinach and young flower parts like tiny broccoli. For healing, people put leaves on wounds while root mixtures helped stomach troubles. Some places called it all good, showing how many ways it helped. As farming for money grew, this humble but valuable plant slowly left common use. 4. Salsify, the tricky root. This strange root food has one of plant eating's most surprising tastes. When fixed right, salsify truly tastes like oysters, making it very valuable during times when old religious rules stopped people from eating animal foods or seafood. Monk writings from the 1400s confirm they grew it specially as seafood stand-in during Lent. Two kinds existed long ago, white and black salsify. Both grow long, thin roots under ugly outer skins that must be removed before cooking. An early lesson that food looks can trick you. Winter showed salsify's best features, staying available through freezing times as one of few fresh foods you could get during coldest months, pulled from ground when needed. Once picked, it could be kept long without going bad. In times before fridges, such traits were priceless. Modern growing ways finally left salsify behind because it takes too long to grow and looks strange. 5. Medlar, the waiting fruit. Old-time cooking liked some things modern eaters would hate. The medlar, looking like small brown apples with open bottoms showing 5 seeds, needed long softening after picking. Just picked ones were hard as rocks and too bitter, completely inedible. Old-time fruit growers knew medlars needed bletting, controlled rotting where fruits were kept for weeks until they got soft and brown. This process that needed waiting changed the inside to sweet, cinnamon-flavored mush that people long ago loved. Cooking books from the 1200s have many ways to fix them, including pies, fruit jellies and drinks. The fruit's odd look created colorful sayings in old talk, often making body part comparisons not fit for polite talk. Medlar's timing was especially valuable, getting ripe in late fall as one of the last fresh fruits before winter began. After bletting, they could be kept for more weeks, giving rare sweetness during winter's darkest times. Modern growing ways dropped middlers for faster growing crops that stayed good longer for selling. 6. Brake, chickweed, the common helper plant brake. Unlike plants needing careful growing, chickweed showed up by itself across old fields. Brake. This small leafy plant with tiny white flowers grew in gardens, fields and paths all over Europe without asking, yet gave big food value. Brake. Old-time growers knew they couldn't kill it, growing in many soil types, starting to grow in any season above freezing, and making many seeds break. Instead of trying to remove it, people harvested this self-starting plant as free food. Brake. Soft leaves could be found nearly year-round in mild places. Brake. Fresh chickweed has about 7 times more vitamin C than the same amount of oranges. Brake. Poor people gathered it to eat regularly, while rich house records show they served it in winter when other green foods weren't around. Brake. Beyond food use, chickweed helped health. Cooling features helped skin problems, while drinks made from it treated fever and swelling. Brake. Modern growing ways sadly declared war on chickweed through chemicals, changing this healthy plant to a weed. Brake. 7. Brake, scorzonera, the snake-healing root. Brake. Despite its bad name hinting at sickness, scorzonera was widely grown long ago. Brake. The name comes from Italian words meaning poison snake. Early plant experts thought these black-skinned roots fixed snake bites. Brake. While such healing uses weren't true, people discovered its great taste and food value. Brake. Often mixed up with black salsify, close plant family members, scorzonera makes longer, straighter roots with black outsides hiding white insides. Brake. Its taste is softer, sweeter than salsify with light hints of asparagus and nuts. Brake. Scorzonera's keeping power was amazing. Fall-picked roots kept in sand in cool cellars stayed good until next summer. Brake. Few other foods offered such food safety in old times. Brake. Growing records from the 1500s show it was especially liked in monk gardens, prized for tasty food during religious fast times and believed health powers. Brake. Old doctors gave scorzonera mixes for cleaning blood and fixing stomach troubles. Brake. When modern food keeping and shipping systems came, scorzonera's special storage powers weren't needed anymore, helping it slowly leave common growing. Brake. 8. Brake, Welsh onions, the wrongly named year-round plant. Brake. Despite names suggesting Welsh roots, these lasting onion relatives came from East Asia, likely reaching Europe through trade around the 1200s. Brake. Neither Welsh nor true onions by plant family, they still gave old-time growers valuable lasting greens. Brake. Their lasting growth habit made them different from normal onions, staying in place forever, slowly making more through splitting rather than needing yearly planting. Brake. Old plant growing books suggest one started plant could possibly feed families for tens of years through slowly splitting it. Brake. Welsh onions served useful purposes, giving endless hollow green stems when other foods weren't around. Brake. Old cooking ways used these green parts for flavoring many dishes. Brake. Their strong cold hardiness was especially valuable, keeping green growth through all but the worst winter times, giving key vitamins during scarcest months. Brake. Despite these good points, modern growing ways finally favored normal onions with bigger bulbs. Brake. 9. Brake, fat hen, the self-starting superplant. Brake. Like chickweed, fat hen appeared by itself across many places. Brake. This volunteer green grew throughout fields, gardens and wild areas across Europe. Brake. People smartly added it to their meals instead of just pulling it out as a weed. Brake. Today's food testing shows fat hen's amazing qualities: more protein than cabbage, more iron than spinach, and more calcium than kale. Brake. Today's food experts would surely call it a superfood. Brake. Its name comes from seeing how it affected chickens' better egg making and faster growth. Brake. Old dig sites have found many fat hen seeds in food waste piles, showing people ate it regularly. Brake. During hard times, this wild plant often gave key food, stopping people from starving. Brake. Fixing ways changed by area: leaves cooked like spinach or used fresh in raw dishes, while seeds made emergency flour during hard times. Brake. Modern growing ways sadly declared war on fat hen, seeing it only as fighting against plants. Brake. 10. Brake, lovage, the long-lasting taste giant. Brake. Unlike volunteer plants fighting for notice, lovage once had cooking fame before strangely fading away. Break. Roman soldiers carried lovage seeds throughout lands they conquered in Europe, starting this strong herb wherever they settled. Break. Monk traditions kept this going, making sure monastery gardens had lovage plants. Break. Its taste is incredibly strong, like celery and parsley mixed, but 10 times stronger. Break. Old cooking ways used lovage often, single sprigs flavoring whole pots of soup, dried leaves added to meat dishes, crushed seeds improving bread, and even roots fixed like parsnips. Break. Most impressive, hollow stems were sugared, making sweet treats. Break. Lovage's healing uses made it even more valuable, having oils that helped digestion, reduced belly swelling, and made mild water passing effects. Break. Monk records from the 1200s talk about lovage mixes fixing stomach and kidney problems. Break. Single plants often lived 20 years, growing over 6 feet tall, making lots of flavoring from small growing space. Break. Great hardiness kept it alive through winter with strong spring comeback. Break. New spices from faraway trade slowly pushed lovage from cooking fame. Break. 11. Break. Corn salad. The misunderstood wintergreen. Break. Despite names suggesting corn links, corn salad has nothing to do with American corn. Break. This name mix-up comes from old European talk, where corn meant grain crops before corn from America came. Break. These small tender greens naturally appear in fall after grain harvest, keeping growth through winter. Break. Old-time growers found these winter greens gave not just edible food but truly nice tastes. Break. Corn salad has mild, slightly nutty flavor without the bitterness often found in wild greens. Break. People could pick it through coldest months when other foods weren't around. Break. Modern testing shows it has lots of omega-3 fats, 3 times more than normal lettuce, plus good iron and vitamin C amounts. Break. People long ago knew its value, giving fresh winter greens. Break. Modern growing ways finally picked lettuce types offering longer selling life and easier harvesting. Break. 12. Break. Tansy, the strong-smelling herb. Break. Few plants show such big changes from past importance to today's unknown status as tansy. Break. This bushy, lasting plant with fern-like leaves and special yellow button-shaped flowers makes strong smells in all plant parts. Break. Its complex taste mixes bitter, sharp, and slightly sweet parts that old-time taste buds liked but modern ones mostly left behind. Break. Today's chemical testing finds over 40 different taste compounds in tansy leaves. Break. Old cooking books show tansy in many dishes from savory foods to desserts. Break. Special Easter dishes mixed chopped leaves with eggs, cream, breadcrumbs, and sweeteners fried into special cakes. Break. Spring parties had tansy-flavored cheese foods, while special times included tansy-flavored beer. Break. Beyond special flavoring, tansy served practical keeping functions, its strong compounds working as natural preservatives, making foods last longer before fridges existed. Break. Healing uses included fixes for gut worms, stomach troubles, and fever. Break. Monastery gardens always had tansy plants for both cooking and healing uses, often placed near doors where strong smells kept away bad bugs. Break. As milder herbs became popular, tansy slowly disappeared from cooking uses. Break. 13. Break. Sea kale, the beach superfood. Break. While some plants disappeared for being too bold, sea kale suffered neglect despite amazing usefulness. Break. Growing naturally along northern Europe's beaches, sea kale gave valuable food for old-time coastal communities. Break. This tough plant grows well in salty, sandy places where most food plants can't survive. Break. People long ago harvested sea kale 2 ways: blanched young growth in spring fixed like asparagus and full-grown leaves later fixed like cabbage. Break. Unlike many wild foods, sea kale tastes mild and sweet. Break. Its amazing vitamin C content, 6 times more than citrus fruits by weight, was especially valuable for fishing communities with limited fresh food access, stopping scurvy sickness. Break. The slow disappearance of sea kale from today's meals shows big food value loss considering its self-sufficient beach growth needing little help. Break. 14. Break. Woad, the 2-use plant. Break. Unlike purely food plants, woad had 2 uses, mainly grown for blue dye making but also giving edible parts. Break. Before woad growing, getting blue cloth was extremely hard across Europe. Break. Young woad leaves picked before making dye compounds gave edible greens for spring dishes and soups break. Taste is mild with slight pepper hints like young mustard greens break. Woad growing created famous smell problems. Dye pulling needed leaf rotting that made such bad smells that king's orders stopped processing near important houses break. Despite its big money importance for cloth making, woad finally faded as both food source and dye material break. 15 break. Turnip greens, the forgotten half break. While turnip roots remain known parts of old European food, farmers long ago valued leafy parts equally, a practice mostly dropped in today's growing break. Turnip greens have much more food value than roots, 4 times more calcium, 3 times more vitamin A, and twice the protein break. Old-time growers carefully picked outer leaves through growing seasons without hurting growing roots below break. These healthy greens were big in old soups, stews and fresh dishes, adding sharp flavors making otherwise plain winter foods better break. Clever heating methods of common people in the Middle Ages. Break. Research shows that ordinary people living during the Middle Ages created surprisingly effective ways to stay warm during cold winters break. Without modern technology, these everyday folks built smart heating systems that worked well, considering what they had available break. Their ways of keeping warm not only helped them survive, but also brought communities closer together when it was coldest break. This look at their methods shows how regular people turned the basic need to stay warm into a mix of practical know-how and working together break. The main source of warmth in medieval homes was the fire pit placed in the middle of the main room break. Unlike today's fireplaces built against walls, medieval people put their fires in the center of living spaces break. This setup allowed heat to spread evenly throughout the home break. They built these pits using rocks carefully chosen for their ability to hold heat break. These rocks would soak up warmth during burning and keep giving off heat long after the flames died down, working like simple heat storage units break. The central location created a natural spot where family members would gather to eat, work and share stories break. The airflow system, while basic, worked well enough. Smoke slowly rose and left through a hole in the roof break. While this arrangement led to lots of soot buildup and a constant smoky smell, the warmth it provided was essential during freezing weather break. The hearth wasn't just a heating device but the very heart of home life break. Medieval building practices showed a good understanding of how to use sunlight for heating break. Homes were carefully positioned to get the most winter sun when it sits lower in the sky break. Openings facing south let sunlight into warm interior spaces break. The thick stone or dirt walls served 2 purposes, providing structure and storing heat break. These materials effectively captured daytime sun energy and slowly released it at night, keeping inside temperatures fairly steady despite outside changes break. Building materials like wood and dried plants provided natural insulation that prevented heat from escaping quickly break. In especially cold areas, partially underground building methods added extra protection by using the earth's steady below-ground temperatures as insulation against harsh surface conditions break. The combination of these approaches shows medieval builders' deep understanding of their environment and natural resources break. The typical overlapping dried plant coverings on medieval roofs served as effective barriers against heat loss break. These densely packed plant layers created substantial insulation that slowed heat movement between inside and outside environments break. Leftover farm materials used in these roof structures were widely available, affordable, and naturally water-resistant, giving extra protection against rain and snow break. While they needed to be replaced regularly due to rotting and possible pest problems, the heating benefits outweighed these maintenance issues break. Gathering, preparing, and installing these plant roof coverings typically involved group community effort break. This teamwork strengthened social connections while ensuring all households were ready for winter break. So the insulation system served both practical heating purposes and important community functions break. Medieval housing often included animal shelters right next to human spaces, creating a beneficial relationship between people and livestock break. This closeness was deliberately planned to use the natural body heat created by farm animals break. The walls between human and animal areas were intentionally made thin, allowing heat to flow between spaces break. Sometimes animals took up nearly 1/3 of the total living space, providing significant warmth to the home break. Beyond their heating value, livestock offered additional winter resources break. Animal waste provided extra fuel for fires when wood became scarce. Break. The ongoing production of food like dairy, eggs and materials for clothing further helped survival during winter. Break. Despite the smells and increased bugs associated with this arrangement, the heating and resource benefits made a strong case for people and animals living together during harsh winter periods. Break. Medieval people developed clever underfloor heating techniques using heat-storing principles. Break. Large rocks were heated in the main fire pit and carefully placed beneath wooden or dirt flooring. Break. These heated elements kept warmth for long periods, sending heat upward into the living space, an idea remarkably similar to today's floor heating systems. Break. Other versions used brick or clay flooring specifically chosen for heat retention. Break. These materials worked especially well in partially underground homes where ground insulation properties improved temperature stability. Break. Beyond comfort, these warming systems served practical purposes by reducing moisture buildup, limiting mold growth and related breathing problems. Break. The combined heating from both warm floors and the central fire created more even heat distribution throughout the home. Break. While requiring regular upkeep and careful setup to prevent fire dangers, the practical benefits of these systems made them worth the time and resources for medieval households. Break. Medieval people developed movable heating solutions for activities requiring movement outside the main home. Break. These devices allowed individuals to stay warm while doing necessary farming, trading or social activities despite freezing outdoor conditions. Break. Simple but effective heated stones were warmed in the central fire, then wrapped in cloth or animal skin. Break. These portable heat sources could be carried in clothing or held directly, providing local warmth for several hours. Break. More advanced tools included metal containers designed to safely hold smoldering materials, providing lasting heat during extended outdoor activities. Break. Women especially benefited from these portable devices while doing household tasks or traveling between locations. Break. Some examples found by researchers show decorative elements, suggesting these practical objects also had aesthetic or status importance within the community. Break. Though carrying obvious risks of burns or fire starting, these mobile heating tools proved essential for maintaining productivity during winter when outdoor activities remained necessary despite challenging cold conditions. Break. The challenge of staying comfortable during winter nights led to several creative solutions. Break. Metal containers designed specifically for bed warming were filled with hot coals and carefully moved between bedding layers before sleeping, effectively pre-warming the bed. Break. Covered bed structures featured heavy fabric surrounds that could be completely closed, creating a tiny environment that kept body heat within a small space. Break. Extra insulation layers made of wool fabrics or animal skins further improved heat retention in these sleeping areas. Break. Common bedding materials included dried grasses and straw, which provided natural insulation but unfortunately attracted mice and insects. Break. Despite these discomforts, the heating benefits were more important than worries about unwanted sleeping companions. Break. These combined approaches turned sleeping areas into relatively comfortable warm environments despite often extreme outdoor conditions of winter nights, allowing necessary physical rest during the harshest season. Break. Medieval heating efficiency was improved through strategic use of reflective surfaces positioned to redirect heat. Break. Polished metal or smooth stone surfaces placed behind or around central fires effectively redirected heat that would otherwise escape through walls, increasing overall heating efficiency without needing additional fuel. Break. These reflective elements served secondary purposes by protecting flammable building materials from direct heat exposure, reducing fire risks in homes built mainly of burnable materials. Break. In larger houses, movable reflective panels allowed directional control of heat towards specific areas needing extra warmth. Break. Archaeological findings indicate some heat reflectors included decorative elements, suggesting these practical objects also had aesthetic or cultural significance beyond their useful applications. Break. Using these devices required practical understanding of how radiant energy works, showing sophisticated environmental knowledge despite limited scientific background. Break. Medieval winter survival strategies went beyond individual household approaches to include community-level heating solutions. Break. Central fire pits maintained in common areas provided heat resources accessible to all community members. Break. These community heating centers served multiple purposes beyond basic warming. Break. They became hubs for social interaction, storytelling, music and group dancing, activities that built mental resilience during the difficult winter period. Break. People whose home heating resources were limited could use these shared heat sources, showing community support for vulnerable members. Break. Winter celebrations and religious observances often centered around these community fires, adding symbolic and spiritual dimensions to practical heating solutions. Break. The combination of cultural importance with essential survival functions shows the holistic approach medieval communities took to environmental challenges. Break. The heating strategies used by medieval populations show remarkable cleverness and efficient resource use despite technological limitations. Break. Their approaches included sophisticated understanding of heating principles, building design, material properties, and social cooperation. Break. The complex relationship between Henry VIII's daughters. Break. From outward appearances, the two daughters of Henry VIII seemed completely distinct. Break. Their generational gap formed a natural separation, but their spiritual upbringings created an even greater division. Break. Raised in Catholic practices, Mary's whole life revolved around religious commitment. Break. In contrast, Elizabeth grew up with Protestant teachings, probably seeing her sister as outdated and fundamentally against her own faith. Break. During their times as rulers, English society struggled to accept female authority. Break. The culture functioned under male-centered beliefs that women were guided by feelings rather than reason. Break. Common thinking maintained that women couldn't rule as well as men. Break. One sister governed for a short time while the other ruled for almost half a century. Break. One embraced Catholic faith, the other Protestant beliefs. Break. One sided with Spain, while the other's greatest victory came from beating them. Break. Yet beneath these contrasts, the sisters shared more common traits than most people understand. Break. Mary was born at Greenwich Palace on February 18, 1516. Break. Her mother, Catherine of Aragon, was the first wife of Henry VIII. Break. Coming from Spanish royalty, Catherine was deeply faithful to Catholic values. Break. She came from remarkable women. Her mother, Isabella of Castile, was a fighting queen who taught her children on battlefields. Break. Catherine herself was among Europe's most learned and accomplished women. Break. Though not the boy her parents wanted, Mary's arrival brought happiness after many pregnancy failures. Break. At only 30, Catherine still had time to have male children, and Mary showed the couple could produce healthy offspring. Break. Mary got her father's light skin and pink cheeks. Break. Henry loved children and spoiled his daughter, giving her the best schooling available to girls at that time. Break. Catherine wanted Mary to be more than just a good wife. Break. Mary's childhood included Spanish language, customs, and Catholic traditions. Break. By age 9, Mary was sent to Ludlow Castle as acting Princess of Wales, basically running the area for her father. Break. There she learned Latin, Greek, and strategic thinking, all key skills for future leadership. Break. Mary's schooling made her exceptionally ready. Break. She grew confident in her mental abilities, believing herself equal to any man. Break. She thought she had her father's cleverness combined with her mother's thoughtfulness and religious devotion. Break. Above all, Mary's education prepared her for her expected role as a royal wife. Break. Princesses were valuable diplomatic tools in 16th century Europe, with arranged marriages securing agreements and partnerships that could change history. Break. Mary was first promised at just 2 years old, working as a symbol of diplomatic ties. Break. Throughout her youth, she was promised to various European princes, though these plans often changed as political needs shifted. Break. Mary's teenage years brought dramatic changes. Break. By 1525, her mother Catherine turned 40, confirming what many suspected: she would never give Henry the son he desperately wanted. Break. Henry's fixation with having male heirs had grown increasingly urgent. Break. As only the second Tudor king, securing the family line remained uncertain. Break. England had many enemies: Scotland, Wales, Ireland, France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire all threatened the crown. Break. Henry's attention moved to one of Catherine's attendants, Anne Boleyn. Break. Unlike earlier royal affairs, this wasn't just physical attraction. Break. Henry fell deeply for Anne, certain she would give him his male heir. Break. To marry her, Catherine had to leave. Break. Catherine refused to agree, and the Pope wouldn't approve a marriage. End. Break. The process stretched on for nearly 10 years. Break. In May 1531, Henry cruelly stopped the teenage Mary from seeing her mother unless both declared support for ending the marriage, a strategy that failed to weaken Catherine's determination. Break. Henry's resolve led him to break from the Roman Church, declaring himself supreme head of the Church of England. The new Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Cranmer, approved the marriage end, and Henry married the already pregnant Anne in January 1533. That summer, Anne received a grand crowning as England's queen. Weeks later, Anne delivered not the promised son but a daughter, Elizabeth. Despite this letdown, Elizabeth pleased her parents. She showed Anne's ability to have children, and Henry's manliness, suggesting a son would follow soon. For 17-year-old Mary, Elizabeth's birth brought shame rather than happiness. Mary lost her royal position and privileges. Henry took away her title and household. Most harshly, Mary was forced to serve as an attendant in her baby sister's household. Constant pressure grew on Mary to admit she was illegitimate, accept Anne as queen, and recognize Elizabeth as heir. Mary's situation worsened when her mother died on January 7, 1536, at Kimbolton House. Though supporters suspected foul play, Catherine had been sick for some time. Until the end, she insisted she remained England's rightful queen. Henry continued his cruelty toward Mary, even refusing her permission to attend her mother's funeral. At court, the king and queen celebrated Catherine's death, proudly showing off the baby Elizabeth. Anne's triumph was brief. Within months she fell from favor, accused of unfaithfulness, family relations and betrayal. Anne was killed at the Tower of London on May 19, 1536. Henry had already fallen for his next wife, Jane Seymour. They married days after Anne's execution. Mary finally gave in, still mourning her mother but desperate to regain her father's love and scared of what he might do. She acknowledged Henry as head of the Church of England, and admitted she was an illegitimate child of wrongful relations, a choice she regretted forever. The rewards for her surrender were small. Though allowed back at court, she wasn't restored as heir. Instead, the new succession law stripped the infant Elizabeth of her titles while making any child of Jane Seymour next in line. That child arrived in autumn 1537, Edward, Henry's long-wanted son. The new prince was born at Hampton Court Palace, Henry's constantly expanding royal home. The king was overjoyed, believing all his actions justified. His daughters became unimportant as the court focused entirely on Edward. Ironically, Edward's birth helped both sisters by removing pressure from them. Their shared illegitimacy and their new brother created similar situations. With expectations that neither would become queen, any rivalry between them likely disappeared. Elizabeth began receiving education in her own household and later joined her half-brother's household. Mary returned to court, rebuilding her relationship with her father. Queen Jane died shortly after Edward's birth. 3 more wives followed over the next decade, but no additional siblings joined Mary and Elizabeth. For the rest of their father's life, they shared similar, uncertain status. Henry VIII died on January 28, 1547. A revised succession law had passed years earlier. Though still officially illegitimate, his daughters were restored to the succession line after their young brother Edward. Edward took the throne as a child, with powerful men serving as guardians. These guardians pushed England toward Protestant changes, but Edward himself embraced Protestantism eagerly. Despite his youth, Edward gradually asserted himself, becoming increasingly powerful despite his age. Edward's reign proved difficult for both sisters. Teenage Elizabeth joined the household of Henry's last wife, Catherine Parr, where historians believe she suffered inappropriate treatment from Parr's new husband, Thomas Seymour. Mary clashed with Edward's government over religious changes, refusing new English prayer books while maintaining Catholic practices in her household. The siblings frequently argued over religion. One particularly heated Christmas argument ended with both crying, their religious differences proving impossible to bridge. Edward's reign ended early. In early 1553 he fell sick, dying on July 6, at just 15. His government hid his death for days while implementing a succession plan. Knowing Mary would restore Catholicism, Edward moved to protect his Protestant changes. Too ill to consult Parliament, he wrote a succession document excluding both sisters. Instead, he named his first cousin once removed, Lady Jane Grey, conveniently married to his protector's son as successor. This effectively created a Protestant takeover. News of the king's death spread. From her large East Anglian estates, Mary began gathering support. England came close to civil war. 3 days before Edward died, Mary was travelling to court to visit her reportedly recovering brother when she received a warning. A plot existed to imprison her, so Lady Jane could take the throne. Luckily, a supporter rode through the night to alert her. Mary immediately changed direction, heading to East Anglia where she owned significant lands and could gather substantial backing. Mary showed remarkable determination, seeing this as her divine mission to restore Catholicism. She prepared to fight for her rightful throne if needed, showing the typical Tudor stubbornness. On July 10th, Edward's council declared Lady Jane Queen of England. The council seemed well positioned with control of London, the Tower, and the Armoury. The Duke of Northumberland began gathering forces to capture both Mary and Elizabeth. However, once Northumberland left, council members began questioning their decision. When Jane was announced Queen, London streets stayed strangely quiet. No cheers greeted the announcement. The public saw her as taking the throne wrongfully, though unwillingly, and wanted Henry VIII's daughter as rightful queen. Civil war never happened. As Jane waited nervously in the Tower, people across England declared loyalty to Mary. Even Northumberland eventually accepted the inevitable. 6 days after leaving London to arrest Mary, he acknowledged her as Queen. Mary quickly marched toward London, leaving Elizabeth in a tricky position as her heir, potentially an ally or threat. In early August, Elizabeth met her sister outside London, accompanied by 1,000 horsemen. Her gentlemen wore striking green and white Tudor colours, simultaneously supporting Mary while reminding everyone of Elizabeth's own importance and power. Together the sisters entered London. London had prepared for Mary's arrival. Streets were cleaned and buildings decorated with hangings. Mary entered looking truly royal, dressed in purple royal colours and adorned with jewels and pearls. Though naturally shy and awkward, she presented herself magnificently, ensuring everyone understood her central importance. The tall, strikingly beautiful Elizabeth followed her sister. Both shared a keen awareness of their Tudor heritage and legitimacy. This display showed Tudor dynasty strength, though tensions existed beneath the surface. Elizabeth, always politically smart, recognized that supporting her sister best protected her own future. Mary's crowning on October 1st reflected her intentions, a Catholic ceremony signaling England's return to traditional faith. She moved gradually toward bringing back Catholic practices which had been forbidden under Edward's changes. Mary's main goal was restoring Catholicism, influencing all aspects of her political decisions and foreign policy. She saw the Protestant era as a temporary mistake requiring correction. Anyone refusing Catholic practices faced punishment. To permanently secure Catholic restoration, Mary needed an heir, requiring a husband. Her choice shocked advisors and citizens alike. Prince Philip of Spain, heir to the Habsburg dynasty ruling much of Europe. They married on July 25, 1554, having met just 2 days earlier. Mary faced difficult options in choosing a husband. Marrying an Englishman would raise him above other nobles, creating jealousy. Marrying a foreign prince risked placing England under foreign control. She chose Philip partly from gratitude for Spanish support during her exclusion from the throne, and partly to recreate her parents' Spanish-English union. Though the marriage agreement severely limited Philip's powers in England, preventing him from making appointments, introducing foreign languages into government, or drawing England into his wars, many feared England would become part of the Spanish Empire, with Philip eventually taking control. English subjects, especially the ruling class, strongly opposed foreign influence. The thought of England becoming subordinate to Catholic Spain and its connections to the Holy Roman Empire seemed unbearable. Protestant opposition resulted in a plot to replace Mary with Elizabeth. Led by Sir Thomas Wyatt, thousands gathered to fight for Elizabeth. The rebellion failed when Wyatt's forces were stopped from entering London by royal troops. The leaders were publicly executed to show Mary's authority. Though the rebellion only briefly threatened Mary's power, its aftermath endangered Elizabeth. Many suspected her involvement in the plot, believing she at least knew about the plan's break. Elizabeth faced repeated questioning by the Privy Council while maintaining her innocence break. She was imprisoned in the Tower of London, in the same rooms where her mother awaited execution years earlier. Break. Mary's advisors prepared Elizabeth's execution order break. According to accounts, Mary nearly signed it before experiencing a moral dilemma break, perhaps moved by Elizabeth's request for mercy, or wishing to avoid further national division. Mary spared her sister break. After several months' imprisonment, Elizabeth was released break. By late 1554, England had been formally reunited with Rome break. Catholic teaching returned to churches, religious orders were re-established, and heresy laws allowed for the trial and execution of Protestants break. Mary earned her Bloody Mary nickname from the persecution that followed, though historians debate whether she was more cruel than her contemporaries break. The 16th century wasn't known for merciful rulers, and Mary wasn't unique in executing people for religious beliefs break. What made Mary's reign distinct was the intensity of the burnings break. Over a few years, 287 men, women and children were burned at the stake break. Mary had expected that executing a few prominent Protestants would be enough as examples break. Common belief held that allowing heretics to live would condemn one's own soul, making these executions a perceived necessity rather than bloodthirstiness break. In late 1554, Mary announced her pregnancy break. The following spring, she summoned Elizabeth to court to witness the birth, a child who would replace Elizabeth in succession and secure England's Catholic future break. Everything seemed to favour Mary break. This moment deeply worried Elizabeth and Protestant supporters, who feared permanent Catholic control of England break. However, the pregnancy proved false break. After months of waiting, no child arrived break. Mary faced the embarrassment of admitting she wasn't pregnant despite all of England and Europe awaiting an heir break. Mary had never enjoyed good health, suffering from stomach pains, weakness and sickness since childhood break. Modern historians suggest she might have had ovarian cancer, explaining the stomach swelling mistaken for pregnancy break. The false pregnancy changed everything break. Mary's Spanish husband Philip withdrew, leaving England to address other Habsburg Empire problems break. He left in September 1555, returning only briefly months before Mary's death, effectively ending their marriage break. Though Mary loved Philip obsessively, he didn't return her feelings break. Finding no child coming, he left England embarrassed and angry, adding to Mary's shame break. Further problems followed break. Mary had hoped a Catholic England would rejoin Rome triumphantly break. Instead, the country became increasingly isolated break. Habsburg conflicts in Italy had made Philip an enemy of Pope Paul IV break. Mary's dream of England reunited with Rome fell apart break. Approaching 40, childless with an absent husband, Mary faced a grim reality. Protestant Elizabeth would inevitably follow her, threatening Catholicism once again break. Mary's mental and physical health worsened break. By mid-1558, Mary's illness was widely known break. Her judgment weakened, and she struggled to handle different viewpoints or manage court groups effectively break. The country grew uneasy with their weakening ruler, seeing her decline as divine judgment break. As courtiers recognized the shifting power balance, many began aligning themselves with Elizabeth at Hatfield break. Mary saw this happening, powerless to stop it break. Just 5 years after her triumphant London entry, Mary died on November 17, 1558, at age 42 break. Elizabeth, well prepared with her secretary Robert Cecil, implemented succession plans immediately break. The transfer of power proved the smoothest England had experienced in over a century break. Elizabeth would rule for 45 years, rejecting offers from Mary's widower Philip, defeating the Spanish Armada, and presiding over a cultural golden age break. Her reign saw a printing revolution, cultural transformation, and extraordinary literary development, producing Edmund Spenser, Sir Philip Sidney, William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and John Donne break. Unlike Mary, Elizabeth never married break. Over time she created a unique identity as an unmarried ruler, turning this potential weakness into a strength break. Elizabeth faced challenges with complete authority, suggesting she was born for this role break. She enhanced her image, making it grander and more impressive than any predecessor break. Despite apparent differences, Elizabeth benefited from Mary's groundwork break. Mary started fiscal reforms, naval development, and exploration initiatives break. She supported explorers venturing to Russia, the Baltic and America while backing northern exploration of Northeast Passages break. Elizabeth built upon Mary's foundations, creating her own distinct legacy break. However, she never married or had children, ending the Tudor dynasty with her death break. The crown passed peacefully to her Scottish cousin James VI, who became the first Stuart King of England break. He arranged for the sisters to be buried together in Westminster Abbey break. Beyond sharing a tomb, these women shared similar life journeys. Each had been celebrated heirs, each denied by their father, each struggled through a sibling's reign, and each faced the challenge of female leadership in a male-dominated world break. Mary first expressed the concept of female sovereignty, describing a queen as mother to the nation, ideas later attributed to Elizabeth break. Though not considered exemplary, Mary performed the difficult groundwork of convincing England that queens could rule effectively break. She passed laws establishing that queens possessed the same authority as kings, benefiting Elizabeth, whose power and authority went unquestioned because her sister had already established precedent break. Both sisters showed that women could govern as effectively as men, displaying equal intelligence and political skill break. Without them, later queens like Victoria and Elizabeth II might never have ruled, as the assumption of female inferiority in monarchy would have continued break. Though we now take female rulers for granted, this familiarity traces back to groundwork laid nearly 500 years ago by Mary and Elizabeth, two extraordinary sisters who transformed history break. Surviving winter in medieval times. The bitter cold season brought huge problems to simple folks in the Middle Ages. Without today's heating tools, everyday people made very smart ways to handle freezing weather. Their methods, improved over many years, show amazing cleverness and useful knowledge of how nature works. Regular people often built homes partly dug into the ground, about 60–90 centimeters deep. This method, like making a shallow base pit, gave big warmth benefits. Studies of old ruins show these half-underground buildings stayed about 5 to 6 degrees warmer than regular houses during cold times. Houses back then had extremely small designs made for keeping heat. Openings for sunlight were tiny, barely bigger than a person's head, and tops were made very low. These building choices were mainly to hold warmth inside rather than just because people were shorter then. The main building method used a frame of woven sticks, wattle covered with a mix of mud, hay, and animal poop daub. While this seems basic, tests show these walls kept heat as well as simple modern walls with regular pink insulation. The natural stuff made a surprisingly good heat shield. Instead of fireplaces on walls, old-time homes had fire pits in the middle. This setup did many jobs: cooking, heating, and gathering. Studies of old fire pits show they could keep indoor heat between 10 to 15 degrees even when freezing outside. Pretty cool by today's standards, but warm enough to live. Every bit of how they built showed smart choices: beds put in areas with least cold airflow, roof slopes set right for snow to fall off without hurting the straw cover, buildings faced to get most sun during day hours, smoke flow managed to make a warming layer while also keeping straw roofs from rotting. Old evidence shows the smoky air doubled how long roofs lasted. Season changes brought standard fixes, with fall work including new mud coating, extra straw layers, and hanging cloth or animal skins for more wall cover. Old towns ran on very exact time plans matching weather patterns. The time from 10,000 to 14,000, called high sun, was the warmest part when group work happened most. Old papers from the 1200s show money fines for people who didn't join these work times. Instead of sleeping straight through, old-time folks had split sleep times. They would first sleep after dark, wake for about 2 hours near midnight for easy tasks and talking, then sleep again until sunrise. Medical books from the 1300s actually said this split sleep was good for health. Cooking centered around shared ovens reaching top heat around 11,000. Old ruins show these town ovens could bake up to 100 bread loaves at once, with the heat able to raise village temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees, mixing food making with area warming. Afternoon tasks moved inside as air got colder, with chosen cold checkers using simple tests to decide when outside work should stop. Evening town meetings had both management and practical uses. The body heat from gathered villagers could raise room warmth by almost 3 degrees. Medieval towns made clever underground storage rooms, keeping steady temperatures around 4 degrees all year. Digs have found big networks of these spaces, One town in Yorkshire had over 200 storage holes serving about 50 homes. These weren't just simple pits but designed structures with many sections for different foods, water drainage, air paths and moisture control using water-filled clay pots. Soil tests show these pits kept moisture levels between 85–95%, perfect for keeping vegetables fresh long-term. Root vegetables worked as simple temperature gauges in storage areas. Frost damage meant not enough cover while early sprouting showed airflow problems. A 1200s document listed over 20 vegetable types by how easily cold hurt them, making a basic but useful checking system. Hay worked as key insulation, put in careful layers around food storage making heat change zones. Each layer cut temperature changes by about 1 dusty. Old evidence shows carefully planned snow packing methods that could keep temperatures between 1 to 3 dusty for weeks after outside snow melted. Detailed land records describe regular rotation plans for stored foods based on temperature differences, with punishments for homes that didn't follow set schedules. Towns even picked people to taste stored foods regularly, an unpopular but needed safety step. Old doctors prescribed specific eating plans for winter survival, suggesting daily intake of 4,000–5,000 calories during coldest times, similar to modern sports needs. Towns depended on preserved foods with long storage life rather than fresh items. The main winter food was pottage, an always cooking stew kept going for days or weeks with regular new ingredients. Studies of old cooking pots show signs of meals kept for up to 3 weeks with constant heat killing harmful germs. Manna papers document required layering methods, root vegetables at bottom for lasting energy, beans in middle giving protein and available grains at top for quick energy. Tests of old food remains show this approach gave better balanced nutrition than many diets today. Medieval towns did lots of fermenting grains into beer, fruits into wine, vegetables into preserves. A late 1200s record describes a special winter drink with honey thickness containing about 400 calories per pint. Lab tests of recreated medieval fermented foods show healthy bacteria levels up to 10 times higher than modern versions. Winter bread making produced thick, slightly fermented loaves very different from today's bread. Poor grinding accidentally kept bran and germ parts, making bread with fiber content more than 3 days of modern diet needs. Chemical tests show medieval bread had up to 40% more nutrients than modern whole grain types. Historical papers document exact winter eating times, big morning meals giving initial warmth, midday refilling and smaller evening portions keeping overnight body heat. Studies show this timing matches surprisingly well with modern body clock understanding. Old ruins from the mid-1200s show whole families up to 6 people sharing wooden platforms covered with straw. Modern studies suggest these setups helped survival in otherwise deadly temperatures, with combined body heat raising local temperature by about 4 to 5. Medieval sleepers used half-sitting positions instead of lying flat, cutting cold air exposure by about 30%. Court records show official sleep checkers who made sure bed space was used well during extreme cold times, with money fines for wrong arrangements. Archaeological study shows clever multi-layer design. Packed straw base, changed each season. Wool middle layer when available, topped with household cloth. These platforms were exactly angled at 15 tides to balance airflow while keeping most heat. Modern heat tests show these structures stayed 6 to 7 degrees warmer than flat surfaces. Platforms were set exactly 45 centimeters above ground, with some homes building them right above animal areas for extra warmth. Family members switched sleeping spots through the night, putting youngest and oldest in middle spots needing most warmth. Unlike modern cleaning habits, medieval winter clothes stayed deliberately unwashed to keep natural wool oil's water-fighting properties. Lab tests of preserved cloth shows unwashed wool kept 40% better water resistance than cleaned versions. Multiple wool layers, each processed differently for specific jobs, created trapped air pockets better than modern fake materials. Tests showed typical medieval winter clothes could keep body heat for 6 hours in freezing weather. Preserved clothes from the 1300s contain signs of 12 different moss types used as insulation, each picked for specific traits, germ-killing qualities or better air-trapping ability. Court records show arguments over access to best moss gathering places, showing how important they were. Clothes got coatings of animal fat, usually sheep or deer, making good water-blocking layers lasting up to 4 hours in heavy rain. A medieval recipe from 1225 lists pine sap and sheep fat amounts nearly identical to modern waterproofing mixes, staying effective for about 3 months before needing new coating. Inner clothing layers used nettle fibers, creating sweat-moving properties reaching 80% effectiveness compared to modern sports fabrics, uncomfortable but useful. Medieval hoods had adjustable parts changeable based on wind direction, cutting wind chill effects by up to 60%. Special pointed shoes minimized ground contact, cutting heat loss through feet by about 25% compared to regular medieval footwear. Villagers organized group clothing making sessions using the combined body heat from 20-30 participants to warm work areas. Manor records show communities saved 3 weeks' worth of firewood through these smart gatherings, raising room temperatures by about 3 degrees. Medieval homes brought animals inside during winter month. One cow raised room temperature by 1 to 2 degrees, with typical families housing 3 to 4 cows plus other smaller animals. Research shows strategic animal placement could increase temperatures by up to 5 to 6 degrees, with these gains lasting up to 12 hours. Archaeological evidence shows special zones for different animals based on heat output. Cows making maximum warmth were placed near sleeping areas. Pigs, making about half a cow's heat, were put near food storage. Even chickens were valued for their ability to warm small spaces. A 1200s record measures these relationships. 1 cow equaled 4 sheep or 16 chickens in heating power. Calculations modern heat studies confirm within 5% accuracy. Animals created helpful mini-climates beyond direct heating. Their breathing and body heat made humidity levels around 60% perfect for preventing both freezing conditions and mold growth while preserving wooden structures and reducing breathing problems from dry winter air. Archaeological finds show raised platforms and special feeding troughs positioning animals to best spread heat. One preserved site shows a system directing cow breath toward family sleeping areas. Analysis of airflow patterns in rebuilt buildings shows these arrangements could increase effective temperature by another 1 to 2 degrees. Historical records show community arguments about winter animal arrangements, with formal checks of livestock heating potential based on size, age, and health judgments. Modern researchers find remarkably matching actual heat output measurements. Medieval households made mixed flooring systems using straw and ash layers that absorbed animal waste while making extra heat through decay. Analysis of preserved floor materials shows this system added about 1 degree of warmth while making natural antiseptic compounds that reduced disease spread. The winter survival methods used by medieval common people show sophisticated understanding of natural principles and environmental management, developed through generations of watching and improving. Their combined approaches to housing, community organization, food preservation, nutrition, sleeping arrangements, clothing and animal keeping show remarkable resourcefulness in handling extreme conditions without modern technology. Many of these old techniques used principles only formally recognized by science centuries later, with some aspects such as breathable insulation materials and passive heating systems reaching efficiencies close to modern standards. This complete adaptation to winter challenges represents one of the most impressive if underappreciated achievements of medieval common folk. The Untold Story of the Queen Mother, a historical analysis. Behind the warm smile that won Britain's hearts, Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, later known as the Queen Mother, had a personality far more complicated than her public image suggested. While many remember her as a gentle royal figure, historical documents show a strong-willed woman whose pleasant appearance masked a sometimes harsh nature that even Princess Diana experienced firsthand. Arriving on August 4, 1900, as the ninth of 10 children in a wealthy noble family, Elizabeth received the middle name Angela from her father, who was charmed by her sweet look. This seeming softness hid an early sense of status. In one telling childhood moment, after someone helped her up from a fall, she reportedly scolded the helper for calling her dearie instead of ma'am, even showing the proper way to say it by comparing it to spam. Though her family valued noble connections above learning, Elizabeth showed strong mental abilities. Her school papers impressed her teachers and she did well in her tests. However, her protected childhood changed drastically when World War I began on her 14th birthday as Britain entered conflict with Germany. Too young initially to help with war efforts, Elizabeth eventually saw the war's terrible effects up close. 4 brothers fought in battle. Her oldest brother Fergus died in combat, while another became a war prisoner. The family turned their ancestral home, Glamis Castle, into a recovery centre for hurt soldiers, where Elizabeth showed great kindness caring for wounded men. When the war ended, Prince Albert, second son of King George I, pursued Elizabeth romantically. Their courtship proved surprisingly hard. Elizabeth turned down his first proposal in 1921, finding the prince too shy and awkward. More importantly, she feared losing her freedom to royal duties, worrying she couldn't think and act as she truly wished. Prince Albert kept trying despite these rejections. When Elizabeth refused his second proposal, the love-struck prince asked his mother for help. Queen Mary personally met Elizabeth and was greatly impressed, declaring her the only suitable match for Bertie, Albert's family nickname. During this time of uncertainty, Elizabeth reportedly flirted with the prince's assistant James Stuart, and possibly even with Albert's older brother Edward, Prince of Wales. However, Edward, famous for his romantic adventures, apparently showed no serious interest in her. In January 1923, after nearly 2 years of courtship, Elizabeth finally accepted Albert's third marriage proposal. News of their engagement disappointed many single admirers across England. The couple wed in April 1923 at Westminster Abbey. During the ceremony, Elizabeth placed her bridal flowers on the tomb of the unknown warrior, a touching tribute to her fallen brother Fergus. As Duchess of York, Elizabeth quickly gained public affection. Her feelings toward her husband supposedly deepened only after their daughters were born. Princess Elizabeth, future Queen Elizabeth II, and Princess Margaret, born 4 years apart. When King George V died in January 1936, major family changes began. The crown passed to Elizabeth's brother-in-law Edward, whose pleasure-seeking reputation raised worries about his ability to rule effectively. Within months, Edward gave up the throne to marry his divorced American companion Wallis Simpson, making Elizabeth's husband King George VI. Unlike romantic ideas about becoming queen, Elizabeth reportedly resented this sudden rise. She openly showed dislike toward Wallis Simpson, once notably snubbing her at Balmoral Castle by stating, "I came to dine with the king." Elizabeth always called Simpson that woman in private talks and firmly refused to give her Her Royal Highness title even after Simpson married Edward. After their coronation, Elizabeth and King George VI described their royal positions as an unbearable honor that nearly ruined their personal happiness. During World War II, Elizabeth stood as a symbol of British strength alongside her husband. After her mother Lady Strathmore died, she famously refused evacuation to Canada, declaring, "The children won't leave without me, I won't depart without the king, and the king will never abandon his country." Yet her wartime behavior created controversy. When visiting bomb-damaged neighborhoods in London's East End, Elizabeth wore bright pastel outfits and fancy jackets. Many residents struggling amid destruction saw her stylish appearance as disconnected from their suffering. Some crowds showed their unhappiness by shouting and throwing things at her. Surprisingly, Elizabeth never understood their anger, believing she should wear her best clothes when meeting her subjects just as they dressed in their finest to see her. When Buckingham Palace itself took bomb damage, Elizabeth remarked, "I'm pleased we've been bombed, now I can face the East End residents directly." Her influence during this time was so significant that Adolf Hitler allegedly called her Europe's most dangerous woman. Historical papers suggest Elizabeth held anti-Jewish views and supported appeasing Hitler before the war started. After World War II ended, Elizabeth embraced a more indulgent lifestyle, hosting grand parties at Windsor Castle where government officials played undignified games throughout the historic building. She reportedly enjoyed watching Eton schoolboys being chased by dogs for her entertainment. Despite her refined public image, Elizabeth drank considerable amounts of alcohol daily. Dubonnet at noon, red wine with lunch, port and martini before evening meals and champagne during dinner. Quantities enough to intoxicate much bigger people. Her composed public manner sometimes slipped, showing less admirable traits. During a 1947 South African tour, she hit an approaching fan hard with her umbrella. Multiple stories describe her looking down on ordinary people, which she justified as patriotism. According to her attendant, she often wondered why people offered their babies for her to kiss and mockingly copied former servants' voices when they visited. Elizabeth opposed democratic votes in India and backed white-ruled government in Rhodesia. Perhaps most shocking, she once entered a reception for a Japanese prince loudly repeating a racial slur. King George VI's health worsened badly in the early 1950s. After fighting circulatory problems for years, he received a lung cancer diagnosis in 1951. Despite surgery, he died in February 1952. Elizabeth simultaneously lost her husband and her position as queen consort. Overcome with grief, she retreated to Scotland, promising to quit public duties forever. Only Prime Minister Winston Churchill's persuasion eventually convinced her to resume royal activities. Elizabeth held lasting bitterness toward Edward and Wallis Simpson, blaming them for her husband's early death. She believed that without the burden of kingship, Bertie might have lived longer. When the couple tried to attend King George's funeral, Elizabeth denied them entry, keeping Albert's own brother from his burial. Notably, she showed no tears during the funeral service, maintaining her composure as Britain's steady symbol of strength. In widowhood, The 51-year-old Elizabeth emphasized her continued importance by asking her daughter to give her the unprecedented title Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, ensuring recognition of her continued royal status. Elizabeth kept her extravagant habits throughout her later years. In 1998, newspapers revealed she had built up an amazing £4 million overdraft showing excessive spending. Remarkably unconcerned, on the very day this information became public, she attended horse races, showing complete indifference to the scandal. She eventually became one of history's longest-living royals, celebrating her 100th birthday in 2000 throughout the Commonwealth. For this important occasion, she insisted her celebration cake include gin in the icing. During the 1980s marriage troubles between Prince Charles and Princess Diana, Elizabeth developed strong dislike toward Diana, once commenting, "Though she's quite young, she should have known better." As a traditionalist, Elizabeth believed Diana's actions and public image damaged the monarchy's reputation. Some conspiracy theories about Diana's death suggested palace involvement, partly fueled by Diana's interview predicting her demise, claims that remain unproven. Perhaps the most disturbing revelation came in 1987, when investigators discovered that Elizabeth's nieces, Catherine and Nerissa Bowes-Lyon, long reported dead, had actually been kept in a psychiatric institution for decades, with the royal family's knowledge. Further investigation showed these women had developed mental disabilities rather than mental illnesses. Critics accused Elizabeth and her relatives of hiding them due to embarrassment and falsifying death certificates. Elizabeth denied knowing about these circumstances, claiming administrative error, explanations many found unconvincing, especially when she emphasized that the mental weakness came from the other side of the family. Elizabeth similarly kept distance from her nephew Timothy, who struggled with alcoholism. She never visited him and didn't attend his wife's funeral after her suicide following their child's death, a child who was Elizabeth's great-niece. Among Elizabeth's important contributions was supporting her husband through speech therapy for his serious stammer, later shown in the acclaimed film The King's Speech. She had remarkable public charm, once famously extending her hand to shake a stray dog's paw during an official greeting line. Elizabeth rarely spoke publicly throughout her life, earning the nickname the Smiling Duchess for her cheerful yet silent manner. She maintained this approach during her husband's reign, considering silence key to her effectiveness as a royal figure, a strategy she called being completely oyster. Despite her extraordinary long life, Elizabeth's final period showed increasing weakness. Worried about public perception, she arranged helicopter travel between homes to avoid being photographed in a wheelchair. She died on March 30, 2002 in her Windsor Castle rooms. True to her concern with image management, Elizabeth's funeral arrangements showed thoughtful planning. Her coffin featured a wreath made from chamomile, grown in her garden, which she specifically instructed be placed on the tomb of the unknown warrior, matching her wedding day gesture nearly 8 decades earlier. Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon's life reveals a woman of remarkable complexity beneath her carefully crafted public image. While maintaining extraordinary popularity throughout her long life, historical examination suggests a more layered personality than her pristine reputation might indicate. A figure whose strengths and flaws together created one of the British monarchy's most enduring and influential members. The reality of peasant life in medieval times. The way we think about country folk from the Middle Ages often shows them always hungry and suffering. This view needs a closer look beyond what we commonly hear. Many think medieval country people ate dirt and bugs just to stay alive, but old records point to something different. Their food wasn't fancy or varied, but they weren't always on the edge of dying from hunger. The main part of a farm worker's food was made from grain. They ate huge amounts of bread every day. Unlike today's soft white store-bought bread, their loaves were rough, heavy, and made from local grains. Regular people mostly ate bread made from rye and barley, while only rich folks could get wheat bread. A normal farm worker might eat 450–900 grams of bread each day, like eating a whole modern loaf by yourself. Another basic food was thick soup made from grain. This meal was cheap, filling, and easy to make. Just mix oats or barley with water for a simple dish. They also ate plants like beans, onions, and root vegetables. These foods usually grew in small gardens near their houses. Meat wasn't something they ate every day. Instead, they had it during special times or holy days, maybe 40–50 times a year if they were lucky. Pork was most common since pigs needed little care and could find food themselves in the woods. People living near water could get fresh fish, while those living inland mostly ate preserved fish, especially during times when church rules said they couldn't eat meat. When meat wasn't available, eggs and other chicken products gave them needed protein. For drinks, since water sources were often dirty, everyone drank fermented drinks, even younger family members. Old records show grown men who worked the fields drank about 4 liters of ale each day. The drinks back then had less alcohol than today's versions. Though farming while slightly drunk might explain why some plowed fields weren't straight, making food in medieval times wasn't quick. Women in the house, since cooking was mostly women's work, might spend hours each day just making bread, grinding grain by hand, making dough, letting it rise, then baking in shared town ovens or under hot ashes at home. This is very different from our quick 2-minute meals today. When harvests were good, this diet gave enough energy for hard physical work, but just one bad harvest could change everything. Crop failures from bad weather or fighting caused real suffering. People never felt truly safe about having enough food. Old stories tell about desperate times during famines, making flour from bark or boiling leather to eat. What food was available changed greatly with seasons. Late winter and early spring created a hungry time when stored food was running out, but new crops weren't ready yet. Fall after harvest brought more food for everyone. One traditional celebration involved making extremely large bread loaves after the grain harvest, with some reportedly weighing over 18 kilograms. These filling though boring meals kept farm workers going through hard times and heavy work. While their grain-heavy diet might seem bland by today's standards, this simple food was what kept medieval society running. But food was just one part of daily survival. Medieval country homes weren't exactly dream houses. A typical farm worker's house was tiny by today's standards, usually just 1 or 2 rooms for the whole family. These weren't big spaces with storage areas and private bathrooms. The basic structure started with wooden frames made from local trees, pine, oak, elm, any suitable wood would work. The walls were mainly made of woven branches covered with a mix of mud, plant fibers, animal waste, and clay. This mixture hardened to keep cold winds out reasonably well. The floor was just packed down dirt. Floor coverings meant scattered plants that collected various trash, food bits, and animal droppings. These floor coverings weren't changed often, creating distinct smells. Roofs were made of bundles of dried plants layered and tied together. Well-made straw roofs could last 20 years with proper care, though they housed various creatures, including rats, bugs, and birds. The top of the roof usually had an opening to let smoke out. Heating and cooking centered around an open fire in the middle of the main room. Most country houses didn't have proper chimneys until late in the Middle Ages. Smoke filled the upper part of houses before escaping through roof openings or soaking into the straw. Holes for natural light were rare luxuries. Most homes had small openings, possibly covered with treated paper cloth or wooden shutters during bad weather. Glass windows were only found in church buildings and rich people's homes. Winter conditions made houses more crowded as animals joined people inside. Cows, goats, chickens, and pigs might share living space with humans. This wasn't because they especially loved their animals, but because it was practical. Animals created body heat, warming the house while also protecting valuable livestock from freezing or theft. There was no privacy in these homes. Whole families slept in single rooms, often sharing large straw-filled beds. Children might sleep at their parents' feet or on floor surfaces nearby. Bugs that bit were unwanted but constant companions. Studies of preserved medieval houses show the average country home in England measured about 37 square meters, smaller than many modern small apartments. Families of 5 to 8 people might live together in this space. Storage required clever thinking. Ropes stretched across ceiling beams held drying herbs and preserved meats. Containers mounted on walls held important tools. Every bit of space had to be useful, with nothing wasted. These simple shelters provided basic protection from weather and wild animals, but needed constant fixing. Money matters affected medieval country communities too. Let's look at what a hard day's work actually earned for farm workers. Most country people worked the land. From sunrise to sunset, they plowed fields, planted crops, harvested grains, and took care of livestock. The work was physically hard and non-stop, with different tasks depending on the time of year. Spring meant plowing and planting. Summer brought maintenance work. Fall was harvest time. Winter involved repairs, making cloth, and other indoor tasks. For those not tied to farming, other jobs existed. Special trades like metalworking, woodworking, leather processing, and weaving offered options. Women often worked making beer, baking, or processing fibers alongside household duties. Children started working around age 7, typically helping parents or starting apprenticeships. For pay, a typical unskilled worker in 1300s England might earn 1 or 2 pennies per day. Skilled workers got more, carpenters and blacksmiths could get 3 to 4 pennies per day. To understand this better, a single penny then was worth much more than modern money. What could medieval money buy? A good-sized bread loaf cost about half a penny, a chicken cost around 2 pennies, a gallon of common ale sold for roughly 1 penny. Cloth for a basic shirt might require 3 or 4 pennies. Most farm workers lived with little financial security. One poor harvest or unexpected cost could push families into debt or worse. Money worked differently then. Actual coins changed hands less often than you might think. Instead, many workers got paid in goods like food, shelter, or the right to use land. A blacksmith might fix a farmer's tools in exchange for grain. A worker might work extra days for the estate owner to pay rent on his small house. The idea of regular wages was still developing. Many country people were serfs, legally bound to the land they worked. They received no pay but kept parts of what they grew after giving required amounts to landowners. This system meant your economic situation mostly depended on who your parents were. Records from medieval England give interesting insights about payment rates. After the plague killed nearly half the population in the mid-1300s, surviving workers suddenly found themselves in high demand. Wages went up dramatically, sometimes doubling or tripling. This worker shortage worried authorities so much that England's King Edward I made a law in 1351, trying to freeze pay at pre-plague levels. Like many wage controls throughout history, workers found clever ways around it. Court records show frequent fines for workers demanding higher payment than legally allowed. One mason in Oxford received excessive wages of 5 pennies daily plus meals, basically salary with benefits. While their houses provided basic shelter and their food met minimum needs, medieval country people's earnings offered little chance for moving up in society. Yet surviving on these small incomes was just one of many daily challenges. Despite what many believe, medieval farm workers didn't work non-stop without breaks. They actually enjoyed many rest periods, more than might be expected. The medieval work schedule was built around religious events. Sundays required rest according to church law. Working on holy days risked serious trouble from both religious and government authorities. This weekly break allowed country people to attend church services, rest their bodies, and spend time with family. However, Sundays were just the beginning. The medieval calendar included many religious holidays and saints' days, between 40-50 days each year when work was forbidden. Combined with weekly rest days, medieval workers enjoyed about 1 non-working day for every 3 worked. Major religious festivals lasted multiple days. For example, Christmas celebrations continued 12 days from December 25th through January 6th. During these times, regular work activities stopped completely. How did country people use this free time? Group drinking was a big part. Village alehouses served as medieval community centers where people gathered to share news, play music, enjoy games, and drink large amounts of fermented beverages. Medieval drinking songs were perhaps the original group singing, equally enthusiastic and untrained, but with extra verses about farming. Physical contests were very popular. Medieval football looked nothing like modern soccer. Instead, it was more like chaotic games where entire communities competed to move objects between landmarks. Imagine a mix of soccer, rugby, and bar fights, without referees but with more injuries. Without officials and with few rules, these matches often resulted in broken bones and cuts. Authorities repeatedly tried to ban these activities because they were violent and because they distracted participants from archery practice, which was important for national defense. Wrestling contests drew many watchers. Young men showed their strength through grappling matches to win small prizes or community respect. Records show accidental deaths during these wrestling events weren't unusual. For less rough entertainment, country people enjoyed music and dancing. Professional traveling musicians were rare treats, but many villages had talented locals playing wind instruments, drums, or stringed instruments. Simple circle dances happened during festivals with people of all ages taking part. Storytelling filled winter evenings. Without electronic entertainment, spoken traditions thrived. Stories featuring heroes, religious figures, monsters, and supernatural beings passed from generation to generation. The medieval version of streaming services was simply an older person telling familiar dragon tales repeatedly, without options to skip ahead. These activities weren't just entertainment but preserved cultural knowledge and practical wisdom. Interestingly, church records contain complaints about country people skipping religious services to attend shows or games, suggesting that even with limited options, medieval people still found ways to avoid required activities in favor of fun. Seasonal celebrations marked the calendar. Spring brought maypole dances where villagers decorated tall poles with ribbons while dancing. Midsummer celebrations featured large fires that people jumped across for good luck. Harvest celebrations included farming contests and community feasts where everyone brought food, While historians once thought medieval country people lived in constant misery, evidence from legal records, religious complaints, and archaeological findings tells a different story. These people worked extremely hard but also celebrated with great energy during free time. These moments of relaxation and celebration helped rural communities handle harsh medieval realities. The ability to occasionally escape work, share happiness with neighbors, and temporarily forget difficulties was crucial. However, when celebrations ended, they returned to a world filled with more challenges requiring different kinds of strength. Many people imagine medieval country folk as always dirty people who never bathed. Movies and TV shows them with rotting teeth and covered in dirt. But history tells a different story. Medieval communities did practice cleanliness. Public bathing places existed in towns until the late medieval period. People knew that being clean provided comfort and prevented certain sicknesses. Many households had wooden tubs they filled with heated water for washing. During warmer months, rivers and streams served as bathing spots. The idea that medieval people completely avoided water isn't historically accurate. Tooth care, while different from modern practices, wasn't totally ignored. Without manufactured toothbrushes, people cleaned teeth using rough cloths, sometimes applying mixtures containing herbs, salt or crushed charcoal as basic toothpaste. Herbal mouthwashes using sage and mint freshened breath. These methods, while not perfect, showed real effort. Nevertheless, health problems were everywhere. Without modern medicine, small injuries could become deadly if infected. A simple cut while farming might lead to blood poisoning. Badly set broken bones could cause lasting disability. Catching diseases posed the biggest threat. The plague famously killed between 30–60% of Europe's population in the mid-1300s. However, common illnesses claimed even more lives over time. Flu, typhoid, bloody diarrhea, and tuberculosis spread quickly in crowded living conditions. Childbirth was especially dangerous. Many women died during delivery or from later infections. This partly explains high medieval birth rates. Sadly, not all children lived to grow up. Records from English villages show that for every 5 births, only 2 or 3 children might reach age 10. Medical treatments mixed practical knowledge with what modern science would call superstition. Headache remedies might include willow bark tea, containing natural pain relievers alongside wearing certain stones with no actual medical benefits. Surprisingly, some medieval surgeons showed considerable skill. They could fix broken bones, remove bladder stones, and even perform basic eye surgery for cataracts. Most operations happened without pain relief, though alcohol or opium-based substances occasionally reduced suffering. One common mistake involves medieval lifespans. Claims that people typically lived only 30–40 years are technically true but misleading. The average was greatly reduced by extremely high infant and childhood deaths. Those surviving childhood had decent chances of reaching 50–60 years, not dramatically different from more recent times before antibiotics. Evidence from cemetery diggings shows many medieval country people suffered from worn-out joints, likely resulting from years of hard physical work. Tooth problems were common too, though not mainly from poor cleaning. Rough bread wore down teeth, and without dental care any damage became permanent. The harsh realities of disease, injury, and limited medical knowledge meant medieval country people faced constant health challenges. Yet, even amid these struggles, they dealt with additional ongoing pressures. Today's taxes might seem heavy, but medieval financial duties were extraordinary. The medieval tax system wasn't just complicated, it systematically took maximum resources from those with very little to spare. Country people endured constant money demands. Main payments went to their lords. Most rural workers didn't own land outright. Instead, they held it from noble landowners and paid for that privilege through combinations of money, farm products, and manual labor. This wasn't a simple regular payment. Amounts changed based on harvests, landowners' needs, or simply what the nobles wanted. Religious tithes came next. Mandatory 10% contributions of all production. 1/10 of all crops, livestock, and goods went directly to church authorities. This wasn't optional or tax deductible. Church representatives actually checked harvests to ensure full payment. Random fees appeared constantly throughout country people's lives. Using the Lord's grain mill required payment. Marriage required fees. Family deaths triggered the heriot, a death tax where landowners claimed the dead person's best animal or tool. Unusual fees came from strange medieval customs. In some areas, country people paid merchant when daughters married, basically compensating lords for losing workers. Elsewhere, lords had first rights on anything country people wanted to sell. Punishments for non-payment were harsh. Those who couldn't pay might lose land rights, face forced extra labor, or risk jail. Debt wasn't seen as unfortunate circumstance but moral failure and criminal behavior. Medieval records document creative payment methods when coins were scarce. One Yorkshire peasant met tax obligations with handmade arrows. A Normandy family settled their debt by providing their lord with large cheese yearly for 7 straight years. Total taxation could be overwhelming. Studies of medieval English estates suggest country people might give up 20–30% of all production through various payments. This doesn't look much different from modern tax rates until considering that medieval country people already lived at bare survival levels. Every egg collected as taxation meant one less for family food. Seasonal payment schedules created extra stress. Most fees came due after harvest when country people had marketable crops. Poor harvests forced impossible choices between paying taxes and feeding family. Court documents reveal clever peasant strategies for handling financial pressures. Some created informal community lending networks. Others specialized in craft work for cash income. Many negotiated payment arrangements or begged for the Lord's mercy. These financial pressures affected every aspect of peasant decision-making from crop choices to family planning. Yet despite these hardships, medieval country people developed ways to survive and sometimes thrive, creating communities and traditions that lasted for centuries, building legacies still influencing today's society. Daily cleanliness practices of common folk in medieval times. Have you ever wondered just how bad the smell was for regular folks in medieval times? The truth might shock you. While today's cleanliness standards far exceed those of the Middle Ages, that doesn't mean people back then simply ignored personal hygiene. Without modern conveniences like indoor plumbing, hair care products or barbershops, everyday people made do with the little they had, which wasn't much at all. If you think having several outfits is basic, you would have been considered wealthy in medieval society. Staying clean in medieval Europe was a constant challenge. Garbage piled up and poor waste systems led to widespread sickness. This trash buildup drew rats, bugs and pests which spread illness and sometimes the plague. Basic cleanliness in those days relied on occasional washing and using sweet-smelling plants to drive away pests and hide bad odors. If lukewarm baths in small amounts of dirty water sound appealing, medieval life would suit you perfectly. While the rich enjoyed tubs with warmed water and middle-class folks could visit public baths, common people had to settle for much less. Since homes had no plumbing, everyday people had to carry water from nearby springs or rivers to their homes, making bathing a difficult task. Many folks cleaned themselves using just a little water, usually cold. Those without proper indoor space bathed outside. Since most regular people worked hard physically all day, bathing helped remove dirt and sweat smells. It also helped prevent pest problems. Soap wasn't common, but when available, it was often just basic mixtures like salt with lime. Because bathing required so much work, some people simply avoided it altogether. The lucky few living in protected manors used basic toilets made of wooden boards with holes positioned above collecting pits. Common people had no such luxury. Instead, lower classes shared community outhouses. Those without access to outhouses used chamber pots. If even these were too expensive, simple waste buckets had to do. People then dumped these containers into nearby collection holes or streams. Instead of toilet paper, common medieval people used hay, leaves, moss or dried grass to clean themselves. About those collection pits, people threw not just body waste but household trash in them too, making the smell even worse. Someone's job involved emptying these foul pits, but despite their work, the pits often leaked, polluting groundwater and soil. Medieval common folks rarely owned more than one outfit. Layering clothes was normal for ordinary people. Underclothes touching the skin were usually linen, while heavier wool clothes served as outer layers. People knew washing clothes helped stop pests, and manor guides suggested changing underclothes daily. For common folks, however, this rarely happened. If lucky enough to own multiple garments, you might switch to fresh clothes weekly while washing your other items. Common people who couldn't pay for washing services cleaned their own clothes in rivers, typically using harsh lye cleaners. Sadly, medieval waterways were often filled with human waste, trash, and animal droppings from the streets. For medieval individuals, especially common folk, dealing with pests was unavoidable. Bugs were such a common problem that comb makers started adding finer teeth to help remove dirt and pests while brushing hair. People often used their fingers for the same purpose and would gather to remove pests from each other. Oddly enough, these pest removal gatherings became social events for ordinary people. Despite hardships, common folks in medieval times tried to stay clean. Beyond personal pride, staying clean showed proper behavior in their community. Good manners especially encouraged washing one's face and hands after waking and continuing hand washing throughout the day. Even common people could manage this as it needed minimal water which they otherwise had to work hard to bring to their homes. Since common people lacked eating tools and ate food with their hands, washing before and after meals was particularly important. Memory foam mattresses are great, but straw beds weren't terrible, right? Straw beds offered decent comfort and warmth for medieval common people. Though folks sometimes replaced the straw filling, many didn't do it often enough. As a result, insects and vermin attracted to the straw stayed for long periods. Common people with such mattresses often suffered from bedbug problems. Fleas, lice and mice would also live in the straw. To fight this, people mixed sweet-smelling flowers and herbs, like mint, chamomile and lavender with the straw. If they could afford it, common people also used linen sheets and wool blankets to cover themselves while sleeping. Long before modern women's products, handling monthly bleeding presented obvious challenges for medieval common women. Though historical records are few, researchers think women used various materials during their periods. Many likely used torn cloth pieces. Other theories suggest some women wrapped cloth strips around small twigs as basic tampons or gathered absorbent moss for use as padding. Quite possibly, some women used nothing and simply bled onto their clothes. Religious leaders stigmatized menstruation, causing many women to hide it. They may have carried sweet-smelling herbs or flowers to cover any smells. Given medieval women's shorter lifespans and the harsh lives of common women, involving heavy physical work and poor food, they likely had fewer monthly cycles during their short lives compared to modern women. Without toothbrushes, common people used sticks for teeth cleaning. They especially liked small branches from hazel trees. Some people also rubbed wool pieces across their teeth and rinsed with water. Those who could afford it mixed ingredients like salt and sage to make pastes for breath freshening and teeth whitening. Because their diet had almost no sugar due to money constraints, common people surprisingly had fewer cavities. However, the stone-ground bread they ate caused major tooth wear. If a common person's teeth cleaning proved insufficient and they developed tooth problems, pulling them became necessary. Rather than dentists, barbers did most tooth procedures. Without pain relief, patients often drank alcohol before tooth work. Who needs proper utensils when you can grab food with unwashed hands and chew with an unclean mouth? Medieval common people's diets consisted mainly of farm-grown foods, beans, grains, vegetables and onions. Depending on how close they were to waste pits or dirty water sources, the soil used for growing food and water used in meal preparation could be contaminated with human or animal waste. Without refrigeration, fresh produce wasn't available during winter. Stored grains and root vegetables could rot or become infested with pests. Molds could contaminate grains without proper care. People frequently had stomach problems, loose bowels or other sicknesses from bad food. Meat remained a luxury many common people couldn't afford. If they managed to buy some or kill their own animals, they preserved meat with salt to prevent spoiling. During crop failures or harsh weather, unfortunate common people faced hunger. Medicine wasn't very advanced for medieval common people, or even medieval doctors. Doctors during medieval times believed in the four humours theory, linking body organs, seasons, elements and personalities. This led to beliefs that illness happened when the body became unbalanced. They also thought parasites originated inside people's bodies, causing these imbalances. Doctors theorized that food restrictions such as limiting fruit eating could stop the body from producing parasites. They didn't realize that poor waste handling and infrequent bathing attracted parasites to certain people. Regardless of hand washing frequency, the lack of understanding about connections between dirt infestation and disease meant nobody was safe from parasites and illness. Mirrors were luxury items, typically made from lead-backed glass or polished metal, yet gave unclear reflections. Looking good clearly belonged to the wealthy during medieval times. Mirrors were typically small, so many medieval men visited barbers for weekly shaving. Many common people couldn't afford professional shaving services. Some didn't own mirrors, so many simply remained unshaven, making medieval villages basically bearded communities. Germs surrounded medieval common people. Living with parasites was so normal that people tried various herbal treatments to get rid of them. Some used common household items, such as spreading sticky stuff on bread slices with candles in the middle to attract bed bugs. Other ineffective remedies included removing lice eggs by washing hair with seawater or smelling lavender. When sticky bread failed, people sometimes used smoke and steam to eliminate so-called toothworms and mites. They burned chamomile seeds, and breathed the smoke or held infected limbs over steaming water. To remove earworms, non-existent parasites widely believed real, doctors poured bitter medicines into people's ears. They also applied bitter herbs to eliminate parasites elsewhere. However, these herbs caused severe diarrhea, creating additional problems. If patients threw up or had painful bowel movements, doctors often blamed it on supernatural causes. The working lives of women in medieval society. It's commonly believed that females entering the workforce is a recent development, beginning with factory work in the 1800s, advancing through global conflicts, and reaching its peak with women's rights movements of the 1960s. Yet, historical records show that women have always been involved in economic activities throughout the ages. The Middle Ages especially provide valuable understanding about genuine female occupational roles. An Old English document titled Halle Midved lists a woman's home tasks: tending to a crying baby, watching over livestock, checking bread baking, supervising a feeding calf, handling a simmering cauldron, and hearing her spouse's grumbles. But these household duties reflect just a portion of women's daily work. Archives indicate that women in medieval times regularly held jobs beyond their homes in various fields. For common women, who made up about 80% of the female population, milk processing provided consistent work. Unlike girls who milked cows in fields among men, gaining dubious reputations, women who processed dairy products had better standing. They typically worked inside buildings, kept extremely clean workspaces, and handled precious food items. A legal document from 1388 in England shows that female dairy workers earned around 6 shillings yearly, lower than men, but still legitimate pay. The dairy workflow involved taking milk from field workers, straining it through cloths to remove dirt, letting cream rise, then using that cream for butter making and the leftover milk for cheese production. Butter production simply required stirring cream in a vessel until it thickened and split from buttermilk, a basic process even newcomers could handle. Families with just a single cow could make enough dairy products for their own use, while those with several animals could create extra for trading. Soft cheese making became a profitable small enterprise for many women. The technique needed few ingredients: milk, salt, and something acidic, often homemade vinegar or fermented apple juice. Combining these caused quick separation of solids from liquid. Women then squeezed the solids in cloth-covered frames, adding weight to create firmer cheese. Those running bigger operations managed ongoing production cycles, aging certain cheeses while selling others at markets. Historical papers often mention women working as skilled bakers, either making complete loaves or running shared ovens where neighbors brought ready dough for baking. This job fell under guild rules that regulated bread costs and sizes. Violating these standards brought harsh punishments, as shown by London bakers Alice de Brighton and Lucy de Pickering. These women created a trick where a helper hid under their counter, making a tiny opening through which they took bits of customers' dough. They joined these stolen pieces to form extra loaves for profit. When caught, both were jailed until officials destroyed their special counters. Managing flames was a crucial part of professional baking. When finishing work, bakers used a curfew, giving us today's word, to cover hot coals, stopping sparks from setting fire to straw roofs in crowded streets. Beer production stayed mainly women's work throughout medieval times. Most homes brewed beer for family use, but commercial operations were often run by women, named alewives. This occupation could create considerable wealth, drawing participants even from upper-class families. Like baking, brewing faced tight controls with consequences for those who lowered ingredient quality. The work involved significant physical danger, as shown by accounts describing brewery accidents. One report mentions Juliana Deus, whose successful brewing business employed several female helpers. Disaster occurred when a brewing assistant slipped while carrying grain to a container of boiling water, falling in and suffering deadly burns despite rescue attempts. Historical texts show city women during medieval times working across many occupations, including woodworking, artistic painting, precious metal crafting, and metal smithing. However, fewer women worked in these areas, not from lack of ability but because male-controlled guilds limited female membership. Still, women often practiced these trades when continuing businesses of deceased male family members. One notable case comes from London's Greyfriars Church, where a female stoneworker named Agnes Ramsay achieved exceptional success. Daughter of master craftsman William Ramsay, Agnes took over the family business after his death in 1349. Her outstanding skill earned her a royal job from Queen Isabella to create King Edward I's grave monument, a contract worth £100, a huge amount. Records show Agnes working on churches across London until her death around 1399. At the Tower of London, documents mention female metalsmith including Catherine of Barry 1300s and Margaret Mods 1300s. Catherine ran the smithy after her husband died while her son fought at the Battle of Crecy in 1346. These women represent just a small number of the female tradespeople whose contributions remain largely undocumented. The historical invisibility of working women stems from recording practices rather than absence. Even important women like Matilda of Flanders, wife of William the Conqueror, receive little mention in historical records. The difficulty increases when studying common workers whose contributions went mostly unrecorded despite their economic importance. Historical evidence clearly establishes that medieval women actively participated in the economy across various fields. From milk processing to baking, brewing, stone carving, metal working, and numerous other trades, women's work proved essential to medieval society. These hard-working professionals navigated difficult social restrictions while providing vital goods and services to their communities. Whether running a successful dairy business, creating fine stonework, or making metal tools, medieval women showed remarkable ability and business sense. Their largely unrecognized contributions formed the foundation of everyday life throughout the Middle Ages, challenging our modern assumptions about historical gender roles in work settings. Comparing medieval diets. Nobility versus common folk. Food habits in the Middle Ages across Europe had some similarities to what we eat now. Common foods included cow, pig, sheep and deer meat, along with fruits and vegetables in season, milk products, chicken eggs, fish, baked items, and drinks like beer and wine. Rich families enjoyed special treats from far away, such as sweet fruits, wines from warm regions, and expensive flavorings from the east, like bark spice and root spice. Sweet crystals, grouped with spices and brought in starting in the 1100s, were extremely costly. What about farm workers, city craftsmen, rich landowners, and those who worked in castles? What did they put in their bellies? Let's go back in time to look at these different foodways, but remember that red garden fruits, white root vegetables, and sweet brown treats hadn't yet come to Europe. Early day eating wasn't common until the mid-1200s. Throughout the Middle Ages, people in Europe usually ate just 2 main meals each day, no matter their job, whether working fields, making goods, writing books, or helping at court. This matched church teachings which said to eat moderately and avoid too much food. The big meal, eaten in late morning, took lots of time to make, especially in wealthy homes, and wasn't usually ready before noon. By then, people had often done half their day's work. The smaller evening meal came at sundown, about 6 to 8 hours later. Late eating with lots of wine was frowned upon by the church. Health advice from John of Milan at the famous Salerno Medical School started in the 900s, suggested up at 5, eat at 9, sleep at 9 for a long life. As cooking got more complex, the main meal moved later, sometimes afternoon, which pushed the evening meal until after dark. This change made it normal to have a small bite in early morning to keep going until the big meal. For regular people, this early food was usually weak beer, rough bread, and maybe cheese. Kept fish, smoked river fish or sea fish might be added, starting the habit of morning fish that became the British breakfast tradition of smoked herring. Morning eating became linked with workers who needed strength for hard jobs. Also, young people, old folks, and sick ones ate more in the morning for health. Even in the late Middle Ages, doctors still wondered if morning food was good, thinking proper food processing in the body needed about 6 hours, then removal before new food should come in. Not until the mid-1500s did doctors slowly start saying morning meals were okay. British government man Sir Thomas Wingfield thought breakfast was needed despite old medical experts saying otherwise. Tudor doctor Thomas Cogan decided that being hungry too long filled the stomach with bad things. Cogan wrote that English folks often ate 3 times daily, which he said was fine until age 40 when body processing power supposedly went down. He also noted that a country worker's morning meal of dark bread and cow fat gave better food value than the soft white bread eaten by rich people, which caused stomach troubles. Rich men, Cogan said, liked to start their day with bread soaked in wine. Morning drinking seemed common among wealthy folks, especially when traveling. In 1255, King Henry III had 6 huge barrels of wine, about 1,500 gallons, sent to St. Albans Cathedral for morning drinks during his stay. This made sure the king's group had good refreshment while traveling, when bar offerings might be poor quality. If the king planned to ignore church rules by having breakfast, he clearly saw no problem with having drinks too. As main food makers, farm workers usually had enough to eat except during hunger times. Their energy foods came from plants like wheat, rye, oats and barley, either cooked into bread or made into drinks. Grown foods included apples, pears, onions and beans, while forest provided wild berries and tree nuts. City homes often had small plots for growing vegetables, otherwise food had to be bought hard for those with little money. Big towns like London had many market stands selling everything from red fruits to meat pies. Cook shops sold ready-made meals to eat there or take away. Cows, sheep and goats were main protein sources in early 13th century England. Pigs were especially good to raise, needing little room and eating almost anything. Cows gave milk, butter, cheese and meat. Sheep provided milk, cheese and wool. Records show at least 8 million sheep in 14th century England based on wool sent to other countries. Firm cheeses needed soaking before eating, and when hung above cooking fires took in smoke all the time, keeping them good for long periods. Fresh, soft cheeses were found only in rich homes. Home birds and caught small birds added to meals. Wild rabbits, jumping animals, colorful birds and forest animals gave more protein when available, though hunting on rich people's lands brought harsh punishments. Church rules stopped meat eating during the 40-day spring fast as well as on 3 weekdays and before big holy days. Shore towns gained from having shellfish types including sea mollusks and small sea snails. The 14th century story Piers Plowman by William Langland tells of a farm worker's food storage. Small amounts of milk items, plain bread, beans and garden plants, but clearly missing kept meats, bird eggs or money for more food. Langland points out that other poor folks lacked even bread or cheap beer during cold months, living on plant water and plain water. The 13th century English knight and writer Walter of Bibbersworth described a rich feast showing plenty of bread and wine as basic items. The line of dishes began with decorated pig's head, deer meat with grain mush, followed by various birds including tall water birds, fancy birds, white water birds, and home birds. More courses included sugar-topped rabbit mix, cold chicken with spicy root, sweet meat dishes, plenty of red and white wines, more roasted game birds, too many to list separately, meat jellies and sugar-mixed fried foods. After clearing tables, eaters had sugared powder mixes, kept fruits, sweet bark, special berries, flower parts, more sweets, and thin cookies. This meal showed normal food only for the top groups, not for regular village people. Middle Ages Europe didn't just want spices, it really wanted them, despite their huge cost. Money records from the Earl of Oxford's house, 4031-32, show a whole pig could be bought for the cost of a pound of black seeds, the cheapest spice around. The Talbot family of Shropshire used 14 pounds of root spice and 17 pounds of black seeds yearly, plus 17 more pounds of other spices, including the very expensive flour threads. Several English cooking books detail fancy meals, including those honouring Lord de Grey, various church leaders and King Henry I's crown ceremony. The King's Crown meal showed Middle Ages rich dining with 3 courses making up 43 different dishes. The first course had large meat pieces, colourful birds, pig's head, and egg dish made with dried fruits, date fruits and animal core. Huge pastries filled young pig and deer with grain mush made up the second course, while the third had rabbit, small birds and white soup. Each course ended with a clever thing, also called between items, complex eatable art made from almond paste or sugar mix, often showing castles, made-up creatures or story scenes. Such grand meals weren't everyday events, but the served dishes looked like those regularly made in rich kitchens. This explains why Walter of Bibbersworth called a fancy feast normal for the wealthy. It just meant their usual food in bigger amounts, were medieval peasants, essentially enslaved. Determining the true population of early English society after the Norman conquest poses real problems for historians. The famous survey ordered by William the Conqueror in 1086, known as the Domesday Book, listed only about 83,000 people directly. This number left out many important groups. It didn't count women, children, church officials, people living in London, and some areas where records weren't fully kept. Based on these partial numbers, researchers guessed that England's total population was somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million during the 11th century. Around 90–95% of people at this time lived in country settings and small villages. This means just 5 to 10% stayed in the growing urban centres. Even London, considered large for its day, would seem tiny compared to modern cities. As a result, most people in medieval society were country workers. These workers generally belonged to 2 main groups: those without freedom, known as serfs, and those with freedom. What made serfs different from slaves? Quite a bit, actually. While serfs could change owners, this only happened when land was bought or sold. A local lord might buy or sell a piece of land that included serfs working on it, but these workers had certain rights to farm and live on that property, rights the lord couldn't just take away. This setup is somewhat like today's property investments where buyers purchase buildings that already have renters who have legal protections. Slaves, however, could be bought and sold as individuals for money, completely separate from any land. Interestingly, during the Norman period, slavery seems to have greatly decreased. Various church leaders spoke out against it, with Bishop Anselm notably stating it was wrong to trade a human like a common animal. Historical records suggest the Normans worked hard to stop slave trading practices that had existed in earlier times. One well-known slave route ran between Bristol and Dublin, the latter built by Vikings specifically for slave trading. Bristol, which would later become notorious for slave trading in future centuries, was already sending enslaved people to various places during medieval times. The Domesday Book mentions English people labelled as slaves, but these were relatively few. Most farm workers were peasants with established rights. The Norman takeover apparently started one of the Western world's earliest slave abolitions, changing slavery into bound service that gave basic rights. A lord faced punishment for killing or harming his serfs but could impose various fees and duties. For example, when a serf died, the lord could take his best animal as a death tax, something similar to today's inheritance taxes. Lords could charge serfs for marriage permits, and potentially influence who they married and where they lived afterward. One particularly hated requirement forced serfs to use the lord's mill to process grain. While peasants could grind grain at home, being forced to use the lord's miller created income for the lord but upset peasants, as the miller often charged too much. Historical documents show a lord being fined 40 shillings, a large amount equal to thousands in today's money, for thrashing his serf. During this era, daily wages were about 1 penny, making 40 shillings worth months of work. The Magna Carta clearly stopped lords from financially ruining their villains, another word for serfs, by forbidding taking away their land or essential tools, protections similar to modern bankruptcy laws that protect a person's livelihood. The average medieval peasant lived in a manor containing 2 or 3 villages. Families occupied small plots and answered to a single lord who controlled these communities. Arrangements differed. Some lords ruled fewer villages, others controlled many more. Serfs typically worked 2 to 3 days weekly for their lord, doing required labor called boon work, while freemen usually paid rent with money, though sometimes offered labor instead. Not everyone lived under the manor system. Large religious communities had lay brothers, not ordained clergy, but people doing physical work for religious institutions. Geographically, England was roughly split by a diagonal line running northwest to southeast. The upper right part, called the Danelaw, settled by northern European immigrants, followed different laws and customs. Interestingly, the Domesday Book shows few serfs in the Danelaw area, with most residents listed as freemen who paid rent. Northern regions like Northumberland had special taxation systems based on owning horned animals, a leftover from earlier medieval customs. In southern Kent, King Edward I, known as Longshanks or Hammer of the Scots, specifically declared all Kent residents free, creating entirely different social organizations across various areas. Some historical records give extremely detailed accounts of medieval peasant duties. The Black Book of Peterborough, 1105-1128, required each man to plough 4 acres for spring planting, work 3 days weekly, and provide 60 chickens and 640 eggs yearly. The Knights Templar, who really existed, regardless of later stories about holy grails and grand quests, kept detailed records stating that workers must mow 4 days weekly until meadows are cleared and hay moved, carry loads to Gloucester 20 miles from their religious property, or wherever the master wants, and move sheep pens twice yearly. These requirements were written with remarkable detail, with penalties for failing to comply. Notably, as the medieval period continued, religious groups increasingly preferred money payments over labor services. This change likely reflected the greater flexibility of currency. Money could be moved and used across different places as needed, unlike having people committed to specific farming tasks at set times. As a result, the medieval period saw a gradual shift from required labor to money payments, even for those classified as unfree. Historical records show interesting social mobility patterns. Some families first recorded as free later became unfree, while others moved from unfree to free status. Apparently, certain lands carried service obligations, so people might accept lower social standing in exchange for better or more extensive land holdings, and vice versa. The situation was much more complex than simple categories suggest. Court records show people seeking legal confirmation of their status, with cases often depending on whether their father was free or unfree. Things became more complicated when free people married unfree partners, requiring courts to determine the resulting family status. Social position mattered greatly to some people, though not to everyone. From the 10th through 12th centuries, courts actively decided who qualified as unfree versus free. How was freedom or servitude established? One defining standard was terra ad furcam et flagellum, Latin for land by fork and flail, which researchers believe questioned whether people held land through required labor services or through rent payments. Generally, those performing labor for lords were considered unfree, while rent payers were classified as free. However, most people existed in mixed arrangements, paying some money and performing some tasks, requiring courts to assess degrees of freedom or servitude. Since legal proceedings were costly, status determinations must have been important. Motivations probably varied, perhaps social standing, perhaps financial implications, or simply personal identity validation. With limited reading ability, many lacked documents proving their status. Thus forks and flails became important legal indicators. How might an unfree person, villain or serf gain freedom? Several paths existed. Most commonly they paid quit rent to their lord, who then declared them free. Technically, payment had to come through a third party, since serfs theoretically didn't own property, but lords generally welcomed these payments. Some freedom declarations involved elaborate ceremonies with town mayors participating, suggesting significant social importance. People sought freedom perhaps for social status or tax benefits. Alternatively, serfs could escape to towns. The medieval saying "town air sets men free" reflected the practice of fleeing to urban areas and staying hidden for a year and a day. Lords often sent people to recapture runaways, but growing towns frequently protected such individuals, recognizing that new freemen strengthened urban power and prosperity. A third option involved joining religious groups. Church members operated outside normal social classifications, answering to church authorities and facing church courts rather than regular judgments. For particularly serious offenses, church punishments typically involved isolated monastery confinement rather than execution. Finally, though less documented in medieval writings, military service possibly offered a path to freedom. William Shakespeare's Henry V suggests this connection, with the king promising common soldiers who fight with him that they would gentle their condition regardless of how vile their current status. While we lack definite historical proof, this portrayal from Shakespeare, writing closer to medieval times, suggests that exceptional military service might indeed have provided a way from servitude to freedom.